good, bro? Am I in here?
Yo, you hear me?
Yo, what's up?
All right, you can hear me?
All right. Making sure you heard me, bro.
Yeah, I always play a
How's it
little
going,
bit.
bro?
Yeah, I've been good, man. You can hear me good?
Yeah, bro. It's nice to be on your show, bro. I appreciate you offering me to be on here, man. Definitely.
Oh, you froze. Yeah, you froze for a second. Yeah, it was good. Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, bro. I don't know what
Yeah, you're good
exactly you
now.
wanted to discuss. I know we mentioned about um, me believing that not all Negroes are Negroes, that some of them are natives. I know we discussed
Yeah,
that.
exactly. Yeah.
Uh, I'm sorry, what was that?
No, I'm saying that's the topic of the discussion today. You know what I'm saying? I was going to allow brothers to hear your argument, hear everybody's point. Because this has been a serious topic within the community for like over a decade now. You know what I mean? And it's always good to get brothers' views on what they believe.
Oh, yeah. So, yeah, I believe that um, the Bible is written for and about a people known as the Israelites. Who you want to call those people as far as label them on what tribes? I couldn't tell you what tribes. Um, I could tell you that there is a split between the 12. There's 12 tribes total. Um, I know you know all this. I'm just going over minor details
Oh, yes, for the
for
people, it's for the
audience
people
sakes.
listening.
Um, there's 12 tribes total, but there's a split. There's the three tribes that were split: Benjamin, Judah, and Levi, and then that leaves the other 10 quote unquote tribes who are scattered abroad to the four corners of the earth. And until they are gathered together and the people realize who those true Israelites are and start blessing them, the world isn't going to be at peace. And I believe that those 10 tribes are those indigenous people here to the Americas, which is part of the reason why I brought up. I do believe that some Negroes are those indigenous people. Um, there's very quite a few explorers that pre-Columbus who noted seeing that uh, people of many colors. They even said that they seen people of fair skin. Um, but specifically, we're speaking of Negroes, but that they seen people. Giovanni de Verrazano. I don't know if you ever heard of that explorer. Um, he mentioned seeing people as dark as Ethiopians here in the Americas, and this is pre-Columbus. Uh, there's another explorer. His name is Fray Torobino. He was a Spanish explorer, and in remote areas of like central Mexico Central South America, Mexico. He's seen pockets of tribes of
Hey, you're breaking up. You might have to go around some better Wi-Fi.
yeah, like I was saying, Fray Torobion, the Spaniard explorer, he went to South and Central America and he found pockets of melanated people so dark that he named those areas Negros de Tierra, or of the blacks of the land. And so, my belief is that the indigenous, there was 500 different tribes here in the Americas before the colonists came here and separated us by line, by property, by um, whatever, classifying us all as one people. Um, and wait, I forgot my. So yeah, so we were all here prior to that, to the colonists coming.
And
I believe.
how do you believe what you would call so-called the Negroes? How did they get over here? What is your belief on that?
How did who? The Hebrews?
What you would call so-called Negroes? Yeah. How did the so-called Negroes made their way over here?
Um. Well, I believe that they came into a land known as Asareth, where no man had dwelt before, and that land Asareth was America. And the Mayan codexes, it speaks about of a people that came from the waters, que though la mar se separó en entre las piedras se pasaron aquí en esta tierra. So however you want to take that, that lines up with what biblical prophecy said was going to happen to them. And they came here after um, the Syrian takeover of the Israelites. The Israelites were going with what was happening with the Syrian captivity, so they decided to depart themselves from there, and they moved on, and they came upon this land called Asar.
So you believe that Arthur or Arzareth consists of two whole continents, or is it in a specific place?
Um, it's a thing of migration. Um, I think that uh, they start they started off down south, but as they moved on, they moved up, up here, up to the more northern America. We see that.
So
I'm
you,
a, I want to stay
you say
away
south.
from.
So you're saying it was south. So we're in South America, and they migrated upwards. That's what you're saying.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
We see a lot of times where online where people say that, oh, the indigenous were Asian people, blah blah blah, and true, but not, like I said, there was 500 tribes. So the Asian people, the Eskimos, the Navajo, the tribes of the north of Canada, some of northern Michigan, Minnesota. Those are those are Orientals that came here to the Americas. But down in Central and South America, we find artifacts that are predate and are much older than what we see there in Egypt and all those other places. We have temples that predate everything from you know
Okay.
from that
So
period. So
so what you
we
just
know
said.
that those artifacts are much older than what we find here in North America. But they did when they did a lot of excavations in Ohio, primarily between the Mississippi and Ohio. in Kentucky, there was thousands and thousands of mounds. Not just mounds, but like pyramids and temples and stuff like that. And um, they did find a lot of Hebrew artifacts, but those artifacts are contested. It's almost like every time they find Hebrew artifacts, it's like, oh, don't look at this; it's not real. Um, but they did find a lot of Hebrew artifacts. But nonetheless, regardless of those Hebrew artifacts, they find shells, they find beads, they find tools that are found in South America, thus showing either trade or similar people. The first governor of Ohio, he himself examined these mounds. He was obsessed with these mounds, and the statement that he made himself about the mounds in his backyard was that it is evident that these people come from Aztec country. So, I mean, you could do what you want with that, but I mean, these are people that are obsessed with, these mounds and stuff like that, and not people that are attempting to discredit them. Um, and like I said, a lot of Hebrew facts are found in the Americas, like, here in Ohio, quite a few were been found. In Kentucky were found. I believe it's Kentucky where they find the mound shapes, like the menorah and oil lamp and stuff like that, thus showing Hebrew, Hebrew understanding. The Creek Indians here in Ohio, they refer to the creator, the mighty spirit, as Yahweh, Yahweh, Ahawa, Ohaya. Um, so I mean, like I said, do with that what you will. In Michigan, again, those artifacts are also contested. There's a lot of Hebrew artifacts found in those mounds. The reason why I don't believe the contention is because over they say that one man went through 5,000 mounds, and he replicated all these artifacts, and he was able to create all these mounds and then destroy it. But what that man did, he was the Secretary of State of Michigan at the time when he was looking at these mounds in Michigan. It's called the mystic symbol. I don't know if you ever heard of it. But the reason they call it the mystic symbol is because it was Yahweh's name. That's the mystic symbol that was on all of these artifacts. And like I said, over 5,000 mounds that this man had. And what he would do is he would gather the townspeople and have the townspeople dig these artifacts up, so nobody could be like, oh, they're fake. And people said that, he went around in 5 years and made all these mounds and planted all the artifacts. And like, I mean, I guess you could believe that story, but that's why, I see a lot of evidence of Hebrew traditions. One thing that they tell us is that, our people believed in pagan religions, and that's something I agree with. That's not something that the Bible disagrees with. That's the whole problem. That's the whole issue, and why we needed a Messiah in the first place, is because our people went off and started following these Canaanite gods and these, all these other different religions. And so, for them to say that, we worship other things, that's only proves more that, okay, these are the people that are doing it. That, they're doing this kind of stuff, um, up to the up to a limit of what they say about us, right? Because one thing that they tell us is that we're doing human sacrifices, taking hearts out, and we're with you know obsidian stone, we're able to cut through bone, cut through heart, and pull the heart out and stuff like that. Those are just things that the conquistadores had said about our people in order to um, say to justify the genocide that they committed amongst our people. The worst, like when it came to like death and stuff like that, the worst our people would do was stone people to death for breaking laws. And and I don't know, like if you're familiar with the Levitical laws, that's a punishment. That's a punishment, given by Moses. So that's what the Moshiko people did. So uh, that's why I believe that the indigenous people um, fit that description. Not only the archaeological evidence, but the prophecies that we see within the Bible, that our enemies would come into our lands and they would get much higher than we will. That we would live in a land that we neither own, but we would grow all the fruits and vegetables. That's us. Ain't nobody else but the indigenous people that live that life. To this day, we live that life to this day. Our people are praying to get DACA, you know?
So, the first part you said, when I asked you about Arzareth, and you said that you believe that it was in, they basically started in South America, and then you started basically naming like artifacts and temples and things of that nature, right? And we know that a lot of those temples are a lot older than certain temples or even certain monuments that we find on the Eastern Hemisphere. How would you
Mhm.
explain that part? If
I'm
this was a
sorry, like,
place
what
where
do you mean the Eastern Hemisphere? Like, that
like
we
places
see in.
like people like Indonesia, Europe, you know, the Eastern
Oh,
Hemisphere.
yeah, yeah. How do I explain that? Those temples that um were here before that?
Yeah, that were here before a lot of the civilizations over there in the Eastern Hemisphere. They
Well,
predate them.
they're all different kinds of temples, right? There's all different kinds of um buildings. One of the a lot in Rhode Island. I believe it's Rhode Island where they find signs in Phoenician. They find signs in Phoenician talking about um, how the waterways and how the waterways work. The buildings that are built in Rhode Island are from these Phoenician works, and so we see that they were people that were here way before that time. And I mean,
So you're
the
saying
Bible says
way
we took up
before.
their customs.
So you're saying way before the time of Arzareth, or
Uh, I'm sorry, what was that?
because again, the question was about Arzareth, right?
Uh huh.
And we all know that took place after the Assyrian captivity, correct?
Uh huh.
So my question to you is, how do you explain certain pyramids or mounds or even artifacts that predate uh, the Assyrian captivity, which is like around what 500 or 600 BC?
Right, because those Phoenicians were prior to the Assyrian captivity. They were already in existence and during
So
the
you're saying
times
that
of David.
So you're saying that the Phoenicians were making trips to the Americas
Yes, they were definitely making trips to the Americas.
before
We
the
have evidence
before the
in
Assyrian
Rhode Island.
captivity.
What's that?
Before the Assyrian captivity.
I couldn't say that it was before the Assyrian captivity. I know that they made a lot of buildings and temples. We have evidence of them building those things, and that was prior to the Assyrian uh, captivity. That because they were around during David's time.
Yeah, I don't think you're getting my argument. What I'm basically asking you, right,
Mhm.
is
How do
that
I?
the monuments that we find here in the Americas, some
Mhm.
of them predate what you guys call the account of Arzareth. But yet you guys say that the Israelites went to a place where never mankind dwelt, meaning the Americas should have been completely empty. No
Mhm.
pyramids, no artifacts, none of this stuff. But
Right.
yet,
That's
a lot of the
um
temples predate even a lot of the stuff that's happening or that was occurring in the Eastern Hemisphere, or even prior to the Assyrian captivity.
okay, I get what you're saying. How would I explain those buildings that were here already that predate them coming out of Asareth into the Americas?
Exactly.
Right. And so not all the buildings predate the times of before Asareth. Those those that predate are Canaanite, are Phoenician works.
And so again, so you're saying that the Canaanites were making travels here to the Americas
Hmm.
before the Northern Kingdom came over here,
Yes.
according to Second Ezra 18. But again, brother, doesn't the scripture say to a place where never
No,
mankind?
no man has dwelt. Not never mankind has dwelt, where no man has dwelt. Same
Exactly.
same reason why they give us the lore of the Mexican flag. No man had dwelt there, and that eagle had led our people to the cactus of to the land that we know as Techuquitlan. No man had dwelt there before, but there was people already here prior to that.
Okay, I'm kind of confused. You're saying so
No
there was.
man had dwelt in that land. That land was not dwelt in. But when they came, it was now dwelt in. You get what I'm saying? Those
You know,
buildings that you're referring to
you know that
are
the
not the same as those mounds. Those mounds do not predate what is over there in the Americas. I mean, what is over there in the eastern side of the world.
okay. You know that the oldest like mummies are found in basically South America, right? And I believe was it in Chile, and I forget the other locations, but they find that the oldest mummies that come from basically Central and South America, and they predate even the Egyptian when the Egyptians started doing mummification by over like anywhere from like 2 to like 4,000 years.
Okay.
So we do see people actually dwelling here and even practicing what we call mummification in Central and South America thousands of years, even before what we call modern day Egypt over there in Africa.
Perhaps that's
Okay,
not information I've come across. So
okay. So
perhaps.
because I remember you shared with everybody a good information about the Jewish Encyclopedia, and according to the Jewish Encyclopedia, it said that the 10 tribes basically went into Asia, correct? And then they crossed the what?
It does say that that is one of the theories. That is one of the theories that the Jewish Encyclopedia gives. I think a few theories of how they came over here. The Bering Strait isn't just one of them.
And what other account? I believe is the one by Mayor Kerslier, correct? About how Columbus identified the Americas as Arsworth, right? I believe that's the other source in
Yeah.
the Jewish Encyclopedia.
Yes. It's also they also believe that that is where um King Solomon was getting his gold from, was from down there in South South America. That's where Columbus believed the gold was coming from. Um, uh,
Would it make more sense? How would that make sense that most of this gold was coming from, you say, South America, when we see that most gold actually comes from North America? And I would say even the islands. We have a thing
well,
called the
because
gold.
it wasn't dwelt in, it
No, I'm
wasn't
saying
dwelt.
we know that the
So
so-called
more
Europe.
gold has come out of North America, but prior to that, no man was mining gold in North America like they were mining gold in South America.
And what is
The
your
gold rush
evidence?
came in the 1800s.
Exactly. And we see that when the gold rush happened, we see the entire planet basically coming into North America to basically retrieve this gold. So when you're saying that King Solomon was getting his gold from South America, like what kind of evidence do you have to support that?
Where Israel is South America?
No, where you're saying that they were extracting gold from South America.
Yes, because they're all the same people. They're all the same people.
No, but what I'm asking is that we all know that the islands and North America is mostly known for gold. South America, I would say they're mostly known for their topaz. Like a lot of people don't want to talk about that, which is a special type of gem. The topaz, according to
Hmm.
Joel. So they're really not known for gold, right? So why would you say that in South America they were mining gold? Wouldn't it make more sense for King Solomon to mine gold in North or in the islands to mine that gold than
It,
South
w-
America?
it, it would make sense, but it wasn't happening at that time. That is also when I said that, you asked me what theories, other theories, do they have in the Jewish Encyclopedia that these are the 10 tribes, and that is one of them. That is one of the theories. The also another theory is that they came from the Bering Straits. So I am just iterating what the Jewish Encyclopedia says about these theories. There's multiple theories, like I said. But like I also said, they weren't mining gold in North America like they were mining gold in South America.
And that's what I'm saying. When you made that statement, that's why I was challenging that statement about where is your evidence of that. So you're basically because to me it seems like you're saying that there was actually more gold in South America than there was in North America.
At the time, yes. At the time,
Well, that's what I'm
yes.
asking. What evidence do you have of that?
What evidence is there was no gold mining here in North America. There there wasn't. People didn't have the when they searched the dwellings. There wasn't gold. There was beads. There was stone. There was some copper, but um, mining and um, mining gold wasn't a thing in North America like it was in South America.
All right. So let me see. You said
So it was here. The gold was here. It just nobody was getting it like they were in South America.
but at what time period were they? That's what I'm asking you. Like, at what time period when they were they getting or extracting this gold from South America? You're saying in the time of King Solomon, or are you just
According to Columbus, during the time of Solomon, um, is when he believed that Solomon was coming to Peru. I forgot um what the name in the Bible. It it refers to where it tells you in the Bible where Solomon was getting the gold. And that place is Peru. And when Columbus wrote it down, that's he called it Aparu, and because he called it Aparu, that's what it stuck to, and now we call it Peru. But that's where he claims that he was Solomon was getting the gold from.
but Columbus never stepped foot in South America like that. He never made travels to Peru. Uh, what sources do you have to show that Columbus went into South America like that?
Oh well, he Christopher Columbus landed not in Central South America. He landed on the islands of Hispaniola, which is Puerto Rico, Dominican Republic, Cuba, all those islands there. He landed on those. He didn't reach inland, but it doesn't that doesn't negate that he believed that the land the gold was coming from um South America, like he read
Specifically, you said
about. And
Peru, right? So you said the islands, which is probably up here. Then you have South America that's under, and Peru is somewhere like all the way down here area.
the islands are closer to North America than it is South America.
Yes, I would agree with that. So that's what I'm saying. So when you said that they were getting gold from Peru, how would Columbus know such things?
Look, I'm not saying that they did. I'm not saying that is a definitive thing. I am saying, telling you, in Columbus's in diaries, he states that he believed that Solomon was coming to South America to get gold. That is what he believed. That is the story he sold to the king and queen of Spain, or the queen of Spain, Queen Isabella. That's the story he sold to them. So
So many.
whether it's true or not, that is the claim Christopher Columbus made.
Okay, so many of the people that you described, you said Columbus and a few other brothers.
Yeah. Fray Toribio, he he also he said that he seen melanated people. Columbus himself said that he seen melanated people when he came here. The peoples of the islands told him about the Moors that were
So
already here in the
okay,
Americas.
and according to Columbus, he said he basically encountered two different types of natives. Correct? He said that what you call Arawa people, which he would call good people, but then he mentioned some savages that he met, which he would call Kata people or cannibal people.
Mhm.
So a lot of these people that you're quoting from actually say that they've encountered two different types of natives. And the ones that you're saying that the ones that because I know I've heard that before about this that they never said that they resembled the Ethiopian. In fact, they said that they were dark like the Ethiopians, but they didn't resemble the Ethiopians. You know what I'm saying? I've heard many brothers, try to use, was it Vespucci or Verrazano and Columbus himself. But when you actually go into their source, they say the complete opposite of what most people say online. They'll say that yes, they were dark, but that they didn't look like the Ethiopians or didn't resemble
Oh,
the Africans.
well, Giovanni Verrazano, he specifically says that they look like Ethiopian.
I
Uh,
would, I
G
would tell you,
I
I have it.
G I O
I got all
V
those
O
sources.
I
I
N
got
N
all those
I
sources.
de Verrazano.
Yeah, I got all their sources. I'm gonna read you for what Verasano says, and I'm gonna read you for what Columbus said also, because he also made the almost the same thing, the statement that you're trying to say. And when, like I said, when you go into the actual sources, they are saying the opposite of what brothers like you are saying.
Well, those are his exact words: is that they resembled the Ethiopians, that they were dark in skin, resembling the Ethiopians.
Okay, hold on. Let me see.
So,
So,
I mean,
the very usually ones.
I I personally believe that the indigenous people are the only people, the native brown people are the only people that could create all nations and make and have them look original, be original by seed. Like me, I'm dark, have curly hair. My other brother, he's light brown, he has nappy hair. My other sister, she's light skinned, has long, curly, straight hair or straight hair, and like we're not mixed at all. We have the same exact parents, same exact mom and dad, same exact grandparents, all both from Mexico, from Mexico, lived in the mountains since we can remember, have a rancho since we can remember. And so to me, I know that indigenous people can create all ethnic, what looks like all ethnicities.
Okay, I got it right here, brother. All right.
And not only that,
You
we
know,
see
like,
like when artifacts from Chile, Argentina, we see artifacts of pottery depicting um, natives of all different kinds of shade and all different kinds of hair. Um, I, if you want me to come back with a presentation to show you to source,
well,
oh,
I'm gonna show you that. That's what I'm saying. Like I said, I've done this for like decades. Like I said, I've heard brothers like you. I've even heard other, other brothers say the same things that you're saying. Now, I would say to go back to those sources and actually read those books, because I did address this years ago. I put it on my
mm-hmm.
Facebook. Oh, it's kind of like bright. Hold on, let me take that brightness off. You know what I mean? So I did address it. And right here at this part is the actual quote from the book. And I'm gonna read you what Verrazano actually said. He said, let me make it bright again so I can read it. It said that they are dark in color, not unlike the Ethiopians, with thick black hair, not very long, tied back behind the head like a small tail. As for their physique of these men, they are well proportioned, of medium height, a little taller than we are. They resemble the Orientals, particularly those from the Far East Sayonara region by Giovanni des Verrazano.
Yes.
You
So
see
they
that?
were
He
right.
said,
They were dark melanated people.
but he said, brother, you didn't hear the part. He said they, you said that he said that they look like the Africans or the Ethiopians. He said they didn't. He said that they were
Oh,
dark, but they did not resemble the Ethiopians. And then I just read for you that they were, he said that they were taller than they were. They had their hair in ponytails and that they look like the Orientals, brother. So they would look like dark Oriental people, not dark Ethiopian or African people. And the same thing is said by Columbus in his journal. I'm gonna read you the same thing. Like I said, I've heard brothers say this, and I don't know why you guys are misquoting these people because they have not said these things. They have said the complete opposite. This is from the Lost Tribes of Promised Lands by Ronald Sanders. This is on page 94. Oh, the brother dropped off. Let me see. Maybe he dropped off. Hopefully the brother would jump back on. But like I said, brothers and sisters, like I said, I've been hearing this stuff from a lot of these people, and that's why I'm saying that they need to actually get the sources out when they present this type of information, because I've heard it over and over again, the same things over. Oh, Verrazano said this, Columbus said this, but then when you actually go into their works, they don't say anything like that. And this is what Columbus said. And he says, I did not find, Columbus writes, any bestial among them, and some of us had expected, but on the contrary, men of great difference in kindness. The ones from the kindness. The onset of the warlike multitude was for another day. Neither are they black. Here you go, Chucky, because I'm saying, brother, you can jump on too. The link is up there. Brother, you're not going to find the sources. I'll read the source again. Brother, I just read it for you. It says they're not like the Ethiopians. He's going to say it right here. And this is Columbia saying the same thing. He says, neither are they black like the Ethiopians. He goes on, their hair is smooth and straight, for they do not dwell where the rays of sun strike most vividly. You know what I'm saying? And I'll read for the source from you again, because like I said, I'll read it for you. It says, neither are they dark in color, not unlike the Ethiopian. He's talking about the color, sir. Not about what they actually look like. And like I said, so when he actually starts comparing Chucky, I'm reading it again. They are dark in color, not unlike the Ethiopians, meaning, yes, they could be the same skin color as the Ethiopians, because that's exactly what me and the brother were just talking about. But look what he says, what they resemble. With thick black hair, not very long, tied back behind the head like a small tail. As their physique of these men, they are well proportioned, of medium height, and of little and are a little taller than we are. They resemble the Orientals, particularly those from the Far East Sonaria regions. Okay, brother? They did not resemble Africans. That's the whole point. So when these brothers read these sources, they need to come a little correct. And I hope I didn't scare the brother Kavad out of it just by just pointing out these two sources that came, that he was discussing, because in this book, in the same thing, because he was quoting Columbus. Columbus in this book tells the difference between what you would call the Arawak or the Kata people, and he's basically saying that the Kata people were basically a bunch of cannibals and basically uncivilized compared to the Arawak people who were very more peaceful. Matter of fact, let me see if I can pull that up. You know what I'm saying? Because it says it in the same book. Oh, there he is. All right.
Sorry, bro. I dropped out. But are you quoting his exact diary, or are you quoting a book written about what he said? Because what he said,
From his quotes from his diary, quotes from both accounts.
um, it sounds like you're reading something that somebody wrote about his diary. And from what I recall, he said that they resembled the Ethiopians.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, that's what I just told you. I've been hearing that for years, but every single
Right.
person I've talked to, they can never produce that evidence. The writings that we do have and the books that we do have say the complete opposite. That they, in color, meaning they were as dark as the Ethiopians. We're not
Right.
debating about the color of their skin. What we're debating,
Right.
what they're talking about is what they resemble. Did they look like so-called Africans or Orientals? Just like Hebrew Child of
Right.
God posted up, but he says,
Right.
the
So,
Eskimos are very dark skinned, but they look Mongoloid, meaning Oriental.
right.
So when you say, so when brothers say things about only Negroes can, make these different colors, that's, to me, it's just a ridiculous argument. You have natives, you have
Well,
Asians,
I didn't
you have,
say that. I said indigenous can make all those colors.
okay, well, if you want to say indigenous, like I said, so if Columbus and these authors are telling you that they're bumping into basically two different types of people, you know what I'm saying? One, would you put in modern term, they would say Mongoloid or Siberian looking people, and then in another term,
Hmm.
they'll say Negro or Negro looking people, right?
Yep. Yes.
Okay,
Uh,
so
right. And so not only is that, am I saying that he said it, but also others said it as well. Uh, like I was telling you, Torbino, he called actual tierra firme, he called places ne- negros de tierra, meaning blacks of this land. And so
okay, so when
I'm not
you
saying
mean,
that they are African
okay,
in
look
in right, but they are dark black
dark.
looking people,
Okay.
right? And so a
Let me
lot.
let me ask you a question, brother. You know what I'm saying? Because when I hear a lot of black Israelites, they say this, skin color stuff like that. And when I look at Negroes and I look at a lot of East Indians, I
Mhm,
see that a lot of East Indians that are in India today, they look a lot darker than so-called Negroes of this land. But when I ask a so-called Negro or African American, do you consider East Indians as black or Negro like you? They all say no.
oh yeah.
Why is that?
Because in their mind they're thinking African by orientation.
But
And
then, okay, then what would make, like the brother said right there about the Eskimos or the Taino or just Native Americans that were also dark in complexion, that don't look African, that look Mongoloid? Why don't they say the same thing about them?
because it's in their mind that it is African orientation, but what in reality it's indigenous. You're indigenous to the Americas. You're not from
I'm
Africa. You're
But
from
what I'm
here.
asking is, why is a lot of Africans, even like I said, they're seeing these, whether they're light skin or even dark skin, and they're basically saying, we're not the same. You guys are Siberian or Mongoloid to the so-called natives of this land, the Eskimos and certain tribes, Mexicans
Oh,
and things
oh,
of that nature.
because it's not it's not just it's because they have accepted the image that the oppressor has given them. They have what we have right now. It's always been like that, but we see it prominent here in today's society where the blacks are going against Mexicans and they're like, get have ICE, get them out of here. It's the same exact thing. It's like and when America went to the Philippines to take over the Philippines, the Filipino people would ask the African American, "What are you doing? Like you just got out of slavery, and here you are helping the oppressor put us into slavery." And it's the same exact thing. It's in their mind that they want to imitate the oppressor, and so
So let me get this straight. So you're saying that Negroes have, in times past, helped the colonizer or the slave master to further hurt native or native people from different lands, correct?
yeah, it's not just Negro people. It's natives also did that to other natives.
Can you show me one
In North
time? Can you
America, we
show me
see
one
that
time? Can you show me one time where
a lot.
Native Americans joined the white man's army or joined the Spanish Armada to hunt down and kill Negro people or Negro, or you call African American people? Can you name one time?
Were the African American people.
Yeah. No, no,
So
no, 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 no. The native people, because you just admitted that Africans have teamed up with the so-called Europeans or whatever to hurt natives. But then you said, well, the natives did the same thing. Can you give me an example of when natives ever joined the white man's army, which is the you said the U.S. Army, or the Spanish Armada or the Portuguese Armada in more ancient times to hurt African Americans?
um to hurt African Americans,
Yes.
no. I cannot give you an example of when
Now,
Native Americans did it to hurt
okay,
African
so
Americans.
so let
They've
me so so
There's
let me
examples where they've
let
taken
me give it
African Americans.
so let's put it on the other foot.
Mhm,
So you acknowledge that Negroes or a lot of we call Africans
uh-huh.
came to our islands as, let's say, black conquistadors, right? Where they're either
Some did. The Morenos, yeah.
okay, and you whether they were Moors or Sephardic or whatever case may be that came with the Spaniards to conquer and kill people from the islands. Correct? That would be
Hmm.
a good example of one time they did that. How about the Buffalo Soldier? Right? We all know that time where African Americans actually joined the white
Hmm.
man's U.S. Army, whose
Hmm.
sole purpose was to gather, kill natives of the land to make room for the pilgrims, correct?
Uh, right. My point wasn't that natives did that to Africans. Natives did that to other natives. We
Oh,
see
cool.
that
Okay,
some natives
because we're
sided
Israelites,
with the.
right? Because we're Israelites, right? And Israelites have beef with Israelites, right?
I wouldn't say because we're Israelites. It's
No, no,
just
I'm saying, well,
because
you said the
of the
natives are
dynamic.
Israel.
Well, yeah, yeah, but that's not why we went against each other.
Is that normal? Is that normal according to Scripture of Israelites beefing with each other?
Yes, yeah, that is normal.
Okay. Now, is it normal for Israelites to team up with other nations to bring down other Israelites? Do we
Yes,
see that? Do we see that occurring throughout the Old Testament or the New Testament?
yes, we see that when what's his face when David was in his old age,
Okay.
um, and dang, what's his name? I know you know his name. The one that was trying to steal the um the throne from Solomon, and so instead David told them, have my son Solomon ride onto a donkey into town, and that he will be proclaimed the king, because there was somebody else running around Jerusalem taking the title as king when King David was in his old age about to pass away. And that person did utilize other nations to try to take the throne from King David.
Are you saying? Well, are you saying a person? You're saying a person try to use another nation to take over King David's throne, right? That's what you're saying.
I'm sorry, what was that?
You're saying that an individual try to use another nation's army to take over King David's kingship. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, yeah,
That wasn't my question. I said the people. When
right.
did we
So,
say like the tribe of Ephraim, Manasseh, Gad ever teamed up with Ishmael, Esau, or Elam to go kill other Israelites? Have we ever seen that being betrayed in the scriptures?
well, that's a perfect example where he went to other nations to help him assimilate to the throne. I just
You're talking about an individual. You said somebody that was trying to take the kingship. I'm talking about tribes, brother. We're talking about warfare.
well, we don't
Because
other
I'm
than
very
the
sure. I'm
split
very
of
sure.
the northern and southern tribe, we don't see the tribes warring like that until
Exactly. So,
until we
so that
see
would be my
the
so that would
split
be my
of
question
the
to you. When was it
northern.
ever prophesied that that would occur? Because I know that a lot of brothers see that the Negros as the Southern Kingdom. So my question has always been: can y'all show me any prophecy in the Old Testament or the New Testament where it would state that the Southern Kingdom would team up with Esau or these other nations to hurt the Northern Kingdom? Have you ever seen a prophecy in the Bible about that?
No, and so I think the fallacy in that is that you're excluding those people who these early explorers had said were dark melanated people who resembled Ethiopians. I think you're excluding those people and
No, I'm saying that
people
that
as
never occurred.
African.
I'm saying that that's never occurred. That those statements. That's what I'm saying. I'm challenging you to bring those statements to solidify your stance. We all know that natives, what you call Oriental or Siberian looking people in the Americas that we call natives, we range from light skin to dark skin. Same thing with
Right.
even
And
same thing with
you
even Africans. You
look
have
up
Africans.
Negros de Tierra. Those are black people.
Okay, then. And again, like I said, we all know that people range from dark to light. You even have
Right, right.
Negroes that suffer from even albinoism, which is
Hmm.
even lighter than what you would call Caucasians. So they can even
Right.
be even whiter than Caucasians.
Hmm.
So it's not an argument about skin color. So we're
Hmm.
talking about it's basically phenotypes and things of that nature. We know that many of these
So
explorers, like I said,
are you saying are you saying that are you saying that indigenous tribes never fought against indigenous tribes on the behalf of the Spaniards, the British, or the French?
no. What I'm saying is that
So
when
that where's the prophecy where it says that was going to happen?
that what?
That the Israelites, right? You believe the indigenous people are Israelites?
Uh-huh.
So where's the prophecy that the indigenous people was going to line up with Esau and fight against each other?
That's my whole point. What I'm
Right.
sh-
That's
no, no. What
right.
I'm telling you is that the
Right. That's
Negro
what I'm saying.
are not the
Uh,
indigenous. The Negros, or you would call African Americans, they are not. That's why it makes more sense than
right.
when we see Negros or them teaming up with the white man multiple times. So when you say that even the accounts of even the Spaniards about the so-called Carib people that teamed up with them to then go conquer people like the Aztecs and the Mayans. We know that
Um,
occurred, correct?
right. one thing that you also said that is the indigenous range from light skin to dark skin. Do you still hold to that? You said it a couple seconds ago. So is that something
That's
that you're changing?
I said that that's what all races have, brother. You're not listening to the conversation. All races except the European man, meaning if you're
Right.
East Indian, if you're Asian, if you're an African, or if you're an indigenous native over here, we all range from light to skin. I continuously said that skin color doesn't matter. What does
Right.
matter is now the
Right.
features. What I said, the skull structures, hair textures, nose, whatever the case may be, to where the point where the Europeans are making a differential about the natives that they're seeing. Like I just told you, according to Columbus, he saw two different types of natives. He saw the Arawak,
Mm-hmm.
or what you call the Taino, which he said
Mm-hmm.
they were more peaceful people. But then he said he saw
They were
these.
dark. He also said that they were dark skinned people as well.
Which ones?
The the Arawaks. He said that they
Okay,
were
brother,
dark.
brother. See how you're going back to color. I'm not talking
It's
about
not.
color. I'm
It's
not
not
talking about
about
color. He
right.
saw two different types of natives. He saw the Arawak, and then he
Mm-hmm.
saw the Carib, or what he called cannibals. That's what he basically
Mm-hmm.
labeled them as. He
Right.
saw
And
two different type of natives on the
he saw
islands.
he saw three different. Well, on the islands he saw two different, but in the but those natives had told him about another group of people, the Moors, that had came there. So yes, there are African people who are African, and like you said, color doesn't matter, right? There are African people that came here to the Americas, and then there's people who look like Ethiopians in color who were indigenous people. So those
Brother,
people,
you see what
so
you
a
just said?
lot of
That
people,
look like Ethiopians in color. But when I just told you color doesn't
right?
matter, you keep going back to this colorism, brother. Why do you keep
No,
going
it's
back to the
not,
colorism?
because that's what they look like. That's what their features were, right? And we see them.
Brother, I already
We
told
see
you the
them.
Africans, brother, you're acting as if only Africans are dark. That's what I'm saying. Take the colorism
No,
out.
you're
If you
acting
take
like only Africans are dark. I'm saying that
no,
there were
you
indigenous
are,
people.
brother. Everybody has said,
Yeah.
brother. Everybody
No,
has
bro, I'm
seen
saying that
multiple
there.
times correct you on this. But you, brother, every time you speak, you keep saying the same thing. Well, that they were dark. They already were dark. And I keep saying over.
Right, and
What
you
does that
agreed
matter,
that the indigenous people were dark, were
brother? And I
ranged
keep
from
telling
a
you,
light
what does that matter when even brothers like Hebrew Child tells you that even Eskimos
because
are dark. So me and the brother, he's understanding what I'm saying. That we understand that there are dark people, brother. There's dark Asians,
right,
there are dark
right,
Africans, there are dark
right,
whatever the case may be, Native Americans.
right, and we
Why do you
see
keep saying the same thing as if I say that they were dark like Ethiopians, brother, you're saying the same
because
thing.
we see these people today and we give them the label African American when in reality they were indigenous to begin with. They aren't African. You're taking those Negro features and placing them as African and African only.
Okay, so let me get this straight. And this is what I'm saying. This is where this thing is like, it's like kind of like craziness about what's going on. You know what I'm saying? We live
Okay.
in America. We live in a place called America where it is a melting pot. We have all different type of races in this land today. It don't matter if you're Vietnamese, Chinese, Filipino, whatever the case may be. If you look Asian, people are gonna say, "Hey, even though you live in America, you're probably born in America, like many of us indigenous." They'll say that you guys look like the Orientals. Same thing with a European. It don't matter what nation he comes from or his ancestors come from. We will all tell him, "Hey, your stock comes from Europe." But for some strange reason, when we talk about Negros or African Americans, and you're saying, well, Jose, why are you saying they look like Africans? Because they sure don't look like Asians. They sure don't look like Europeans. And they sure don't look like what we call Native Americans or Eskimos and things of that nature. They look like the so-called African people. But for some strange reason, you're saying no,
Now,
the Africans and the
right,
natives that look like
because you're
Siberians
categorizing
are the
all of them under
same.
one umbrella when that's
That's
not
not,
true.
brother,
We
but
could
they're
see
not
the
the
difference
same.
in
They're not the same.
African. We could see the difference from an African. We could see the difference to an indigenous Negro, and they're not the same. hair isn't the same. They might have kinky hair, but it's more like this hair. It's more like it's a wavier hair. It's not, but
Brother,
to
that's
get
like
into
saying, brother,
the
that's like saying an Irishman is different from an Englishman because the Irishman has like an orange hair, while the other European has more of a blonde hair, brother. But they're still European.
so
You see the argument
prior
that you're
to
making? Do you see what I'm
prior
saying?
to
Oh, even though these black people might have more kinkier hair or more facial hair, whatever the case may be, they still resemble their African brothers and sisters. Just like you would
so
tell a European, whether they were blue eyed, green eyed, orange hair, yellow hair, dark hair, that they are all from the same stock. But for some strange reason, you're not applying that same logic to the African Americans, which to me is crazy.
okay, there's this early explorer. His name is Jacques Cartier. Uh, you ever heard of him?
Okay, go ahead. What about them?
He described seeing indigenous people with red hair and green eyes. Are those where did they come from?
I would say that many natives describe people with red hair and these green eyed people as being giants.
They weren't giants. They were actually regular sized people. They weren't giants that he was describing.
What and name the tribe? Name the tribe of these people.
I couldn't give you the name that he didn't give a name of the tribes. He just said that he was an early explorer that went from North America to South America, and amongst his travels, he noted all the different shades of people that he found from dark all the way to light skin with red hair. And so that's my whole point is that we emphasize color and look, but what is actually what prophecy is saying that would happen to the Israelites, we see happening to them as well, not just the indigenous people of Americas. Now they may have it in their mind and have taken the image of the oppressor to fight us, to fight against each other, um, hoping that they could be in the position of the oppressor. That has happened, yes, but to say that they weren't here pre-Columbus or that they're in right, we can't. There's no way to
I'm not.
confirm
I'm
whether
not.
they
I'm not.
were indigenous
I'm gonna
to
be
the
honest with you.
Americas or
I'm
that
gonna be
they
honest.
came over here. Whether it's your side or my argument, but
I'm
we
gonna be
know
honest with
for
you. I agree with you to the argument. What I'm trying to get you to realize is that there were basically different types of what you call indigenous people. That's what I'm trying
I,
to get you to first view. I
I
can agree with you. Listen, I can agree with you that yes, you had these Phoenicians and Canaanites coming over here to the Americas. We know that when you read things like the parable or the parable stone. The parable stone is a stone that was found in Peru, like we were talking about
mhm,
earlier, about how the Canaanites actually started making travels here, right?
okay. Hmm.
Okay, then. So then when we see people like the Aztecs and the Mayans, right?
Hmm.
Doing what we call human sacrifice and things of that nature. My question to you, brother, is who do you think they learned that custom from?
Um, yeah, that's my thing is we don't see that. All the accounts of that happening is pre post conquest. So none of that is actually recorded until post conquest. Now they've found certain things, like one of the things that they hold hard on is they found a whole bunch of children in cages underneath Tenochtitlan or whatever. And that's not to say that everybody was like that, right? That's like saying that, oh, Donald Trump touches children, so all of American people touch children. That's the equivalent of that. When when the conquistadores first came to the Americas, they said that it was like like a new world Venice. That it was the most beautiful thing that they ever seen. That our people were the kindest, nicest people. That their markets were weren't like the markets that we have today, that they actually competed against each other on um, giving the goods away to each other as a favor, right? It was more honorable to give stuff away than to actually receive. And that was the way of the indigenous people. That was who who the Negros de Tierra were part of. So I'm not negating that. Like I said, Phoenicians came over here, Canaanites came over here. You brought up Peru. I know in Rhode Island, there were signs in the water, Phoenician signs, um, written in Phoenician. The roadways that are there in Rhode Island are built from these old Phoenician buildings. So yes, there were Canaanites here, but not all the Negro that is Negro is what you call so-called African or Canaanite or Hamite. Um, some of them are actually Shem. You proving it by stating, yes, indigenous people make people of all colors.
My fault, brother. I had to talk to somebody real quick. Someone was doing I had to pay my lawn man real quick. He was out here cutting the grass and stuff.
Oh, where?
My fault.
Oh
No,
no,
back
you're
back
good, bro.
back to what I was saying. So I didn't really hear your answer. When I said so, when you hear the Mayans and stuff like that, what do you think they learned those practices from?
Oh, I believe that they learned it from the Phoenicians, who were the first people doing it. So I don't. The Canaanites, that they were the first one.
That were also
They're
dwelling
the
here, right? That they were
um.
dwelling here, right?
I wouldn't say dwelling here. Some of them were dwelling here, yes, but I wouldn't necessarily say this is their dwelling place.
All right, I'm gonna share for you something real quick.
Like, assuming that this was their
I'm gonna put it on my
dwelling place,
screen.
you would have to assume that there was a mass migration of them, and we don't see in history a mass migration of Phoenicians. We see merchants coming here, but we don't see a mass migration of Canaanite Phoenician.
You see what's on the screen right now, brother?
Yeah, I see it.
And those are the Phoenicians that you're speaking about, correct?
Yes, but again, a lot of those practices that they said our people did aren't practices our people actually did. Those are things that they said about our people to justify the genocide that they committed amongst us. A lot of those, uh, like human sacrifice, it didn't come until after post conquest. We don't see anything written where they were doing, um, you know, human sacrifice like that. We see where they were
But
stoning people.
the drawings that I just showed you, right? I'm gonna show you more. These are
Hmm.
natives that are making these drawings. You know that, right? This is from the Codex
Right.
Florentine. You see it on the screen right here.
Hmm.
So it's us natives that
Yes,
are
we
telling
do.
us. It's not the Europeans telling us. It's the
That is
natives of what
the
they.
that is the main one that they give us is the Codex Florentine. Um, I believe that's the one that they created post conquest, that the indigenous went into the Rosicrucian schools and churches, and they wanted to translate the Nahuatl language into English or Spanish. Um, I believe that's the one. I'm
Yeah, and
wrong if
again, that
I'm
was from natives
correct.
depicting it, correct?
Yes, under duress, right? So like, um,
So when we
the
said that, when I
the
asked you
the
that,
Rosicrucians. are watching them create these things, and if it's something that is positive towards the indigenous, they weren't going to let them publish it. They weren't going to let them uh put it out there. And so
Okay.
they had to
And
they were
so, do
full.
you see what I have on the screen right now?
um I do see what you have on there. I don't know what the image is exactly,
It's
the
from a
painting.
it's from a temple. It's from a temple in Central America.
Right.
Depicting
I don't know if that
depicting.
temple
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I don't know if that temple is actually painted like that or that is a reconstructed picture. A lot of the pictures that we see today, like you see a lot of Afrocentrics take Aztecs pictures and be like, "See, we were the Aztecs."
But brother,
But a
you just
lot of
said it.
time
That's your claim, though. That's your claim. You're saying that many
that's
Negroes
not
or
my claim.
Negros or these
That's not my
South
claim.
and Central
My
Americans.
claim is that the same as yours. You made the claim as well that indigenous people can range from all colors. That is my
No, no, no,
claim.
no, brother, brother, no, brother. That's not my claim. Stop doing that, brother. Many times already, I corrected you. I said stop with the colorism. Don't say that I'm one bringing up color. I'm not one bringing up color. I told you that when it comes to structure, face structures, and even customs. So the reason why I'm showing you what I'm showing you, because you said that, well,
Mhm.
you don't believe that Mayans were doing human sacrifice, but then I showed you the Codex Florentine of them doing it. The natives
Right.
of
And
them
like,
are admitting that yes, they were doing those type of practices, right? Like just like not even just Phoenician practices, right? How would you
uh,
explain things like this? Hold on. How would you explain things like this? Um,
right, right. So my
right
point
here.
about the Codex Florentine was that these Aztec or these Nahual people, they were Nahual, they they created these the Florentine Codex um under their schools of the Rosicrucians. And the Rosicrucians were under supervision of these codexes. And they they needed the excuse of why they did the things that they did to our people. And so anything that was positive, anything that was seemed like of God was not allowed. They weren't allowed to do that, to promote that. They ever since they have came here, they have tried to suppress what it is that the indigenous believe, their customs. Even today, we see that the indigenous have customs like the rain dance. The rain dance didn't come until the 1800s. It was a dance, a ceremonial dance that they did to hold on to what they believed was their customs, but it wasn't really something that was practiced pre then. And so a lot of those things that we see is exactly that, is
Do
the
you see what I
oppressive.
have that I'm showing now? These are
Yep,
Egyptian walls,
those
right?
Egyptian vaults. Yeah.
Okay. So why do we see Native Americans even to this day still practicing Egyptian customs? Like as you see right here, as you see here.
Um.
If it wasn't, hold on, even look, even the headpiece right here. The one on the left is from Egypt, and we see natives wearing the same type of headpieces. Why? So it's not just Phoenician, but now I'm even showing you Egyptian customs over here. That
That headpiece, I could. I'd have to see that headpiece. In actuality. Because the reasons why they they had feathers and we had feathers are two different reasons, right? We gave the feathers that the indigenous had was a image of honor. The great spirit had given them that feather, whereas the Egyptians wore it as a symbol for it was Osiris. His wife was, what was his wife?
Who's
The
wife?
Queen of Heaven.
Osiris?
What
I
was his
really don't
wife's
know.
name?
I forget.
The
I really
image that
don't.
the image that you just showed, the Egyptian image. Um, oh my gosh, I can't believe her name is slipping my mind.
Which one? Which
She
one?
made the phallus. She sat on the phallus. That's her. She sat. She made a phallus, turned herself into a bird, sat on the phallus, and recreated life. What's her name?
I forget.
Right. So that's the difference from the native feather to the Egyptian feather. One is a status of honor. The other one is to honor that god.
So when you made the statement that you admitted that the Phoenicians came over here, so what practices did the natives pick up from the Phoenicians, if not human sacrifice and things of that nature?
What practices?
Yes.
Um, that we could only theorize. That we could only say this is what they did. This is what they um took from the Phoenicians.
Like what? That's what I'm saying.
But
What?
like
Not the human sacrifice part. Because
um,
according to scripture, what's the reason why the Most High gave a bill of divorcement to the Northern Kingdom? Because they went and did what?
they went whoring off unto idols.
Idols and following the other nations, right? It says after them that we shall go, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that's what I'm asking you. So when we see these, like I'm showing you these depiction of Egyptian customs and even Phoenician customs, where you're saying, well, it seems like you're trying to have a little pushback on it. Well, I'm like, all right, fine. If that's not true, then what customs and traditions did we pick up from these Hamites? If not what I'm showing you.
What customs did we pick from these Hamites?
Yes, the Phoenicians and Egyptians.
Just their way of life. Their way of life. I don't. I think that a lot of things that they did, we did, but I don't think that we were doing things like human sacrifice. I don't think everybody. Time out. Time out. Let me take that back. I I think that the people in charge were doing these things, but the people in general were not doing those things. Like I made the example, just because Donald Trump is a pedophile doesn't mean all Americans are pedophiles. So yes, those were some customs that you were showing that some people did, but not everybody. Everybody wasn't doing that.
I know. That's why I specifically said the Mayans and the Aztecs. I didn't say anything about Arawaks or even tribes from North America.
Right. So those were some of the things that they were doing. But
So then, like
like
I'm
I
saying,
said, it doesn't.
the Negro that was over here, why can't they be the Phoenicians as we depicted them on these walls?
Some of them are. Some of them are. Some of them are the Phoenicians. Some of them are straight from Africa when they came over in the transatlantic slave trade. Some of them are Arabs. Some of them
So
are,
then let me
and
ask you. Okay, that's
that's
beautiful
why
that you
my.
just said the transatlantic slave trade part.
Hmm.
I agree with you on that part. So according to the transatlantic slave trade, right?
Hmm.
You're saying that those were Africans, right?
Yes, they come from African country. We see that
So
based
then,
on the customs
okay,
that our people still hold to this day, right?
that's
Like the
beautiful. That's
mofongo,
beautiful.
the
That's
mofongo
beautiful.
that you guys, you Puerto Ricans, that mofongo, that shit's nasty. Well, you ain't gonna lie, bro.
Right?
You
Oh, I could agree. Like I said, so I could
uh-huh.
agree with you that most of those African Americans that came from the transatlantic slave trade from Africa, you said that, but what would they be? what nation would they be?
The that again, we can't say these were a specific group of people. The during that
You
time,
just call them
right?
Africans. So what I'm guessing when you say African, I'm guessing you're saying Hamites, correct?
Yes, of course, right.
Okay, so we all know
The
according to the Bible, you have Libyans, you have Ethiopians, we're Cushites, you have Mizraim, and you have Canaanites, correct?
that is the descendants of Ham. Yeah.
Okay. So when the people of the transatlantic came here, we know that the majority went into where? South America, correct?
Um, Not necessarily. Yes, yeah, they went
Yes.
to South America
And
first,
they
and
said that
then they got.
they said that the ones that went to North America are the minority, meaning very few. I believe
Oh,
it's like they
they
say
got
what
trans.
15% of the transatlantic slave trade, that ones that went to North America, and that basically almost like 80 to 85% of the rest of those actually were sent to like the islands and to South America.
Uh, what had happened was they came to South America, um, be, because the people of the islands had been, well, primarily the men had been exterminated, um, or shipped off. They weren't just exterminated. They were also took to other places like Spain and other places in Europe to be slaves. Um, and so when that happened, they had no longer had people to work the fields. So they brought over people during the transatlantic slave trade. And these are people that the Arabs have gathered around that area. So there's Africans, there's Ashantis,
But
um,
again, but instead of using modern
there's
terms,
the
instead of using modern terms, I'm trying to get you to use biblical terms.
So there was Hamites, there were Shemites, there was uh, Ishmaelites, there was Hebrews, there was
But you
also
said that there were Africans, so you're saying that that Ishmael, what else you said? I forgot the other names you just said. They were all dwelling in Africa.
no, they were gathered. So what happened was there was a war during those times prior to the Spaniards coming over here. There was crusades that were happening where they were um, the Christians were fighting the Arabs were fighting the Christians. They were taking whoever prisoners of war, taking them to West Africa to sell them as slaves.
Okay. So
Um,
when you hear my doctrine, and I tell you that many of these African Americans in the Americas are Canaanites, do you believe that?
no,
Okay, but you just admitted that they were Africans. So what type of Africans were they? They weren't Israelites, obviously, because you didn't mention anything about Israelites. You said that there were Africans or even Hamites. So the African Americans that we see here dwelling in our neighborhoods. Matter of fact, I want to get a little bit more specific with you. According to the biblical times, right?
mhm,
We know we had Northern Kingdom and Southern Kingdom, right? We
mhm,
went into the land of Canaan. The Most
mhm.
High commanded us basically to kill off all the Canaanites and blah 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 blah. We know that we went against the Most High against that order. We actually showed favor to them to the point where we were dwelling with these Canaanites. They helped us build the first temple. They even helped us build the second temple under King Solomon, correct?
um, Haremabeth, he was a Canaanite.
Yeah, I'm just asking. Like, we all know that
Well,
since
that's who
biblical
who.
times, that the Canaanites and the Israelites basically were still dwelling in the lands of Israel together for a while before the actual Babylonians, on what you call the Lachish Wall, where the Babylonians now take out the Israelites and the Canaanites out of the physical land of what we call Palestine or the land of Israel today. Correct?
Mhm.
Okay, then. So we know that the Israelites and the Canaanites have always been pretty kind of close with each other, to the point where we see many of our brothers even mixing in with the Canaanites, going against the law, basically over these people, right? So when you say that um, though, like I said, 'cause I believe that things are repetitive. So when we
Uh-huh.
see the African Americans dwelling in with the so-called natives of North America in the major cities like New York, California, whatever the case may be, my perspective is that one of us would have to still be like the Israelites and the other one like the Canaanites.
I
Just like you
completely agree.
Okay, then. So my question to you at is who is one which one of us are the Israelites and the Canaanites? Are the natives of this land, what you would call whatever, Navajo, whatever, especially in North America. Let's just talk about North America. The
Hmm.
Navajo, the Micmac, and the Fox tribe, all these different natives. And then they're dwelling today with these so-called African Americans that were taken over here from the transatlantic slave trade. Which one of us would be the actual Israelites, and which one will be the Canaanites in that dynamic?
Well, I don't know if you remember me saying from in the beginning of this conversation that it's I couldn't tell you exactly what tribe we come from. I couldn't tell you
I
who's
didn't say
who.
tribe. I'm not talking about any tribe.
Right. I couldn't tell you.
I didn't say
Right. I
Tyree.
couldn't.
I didn't say Asher. I didn't say any tribe. I just said two nations. I said Israel and Canaan.
Right. Right. And I cannot. I couldn't tell you this is Canaan and this is Israelite. I couldn't tell you that. You couldn't tell me that. Nobody in this world could tell us this is Canaan and this is an Israelite. But what we can do is see what kind of fruit they have. What kind of things are they doing, and is it productive to this earth? Is it productive to the people? Right? So,
Okay. Okay. So let's do that for a second. Let's actually do that for the northern, especially North America. When you see, like I said, Native Americans fighting the U.S. government or arguing with the U.S. government about protecting the water, about protecting land, about
mhm,
protecting certain things about what we call Mother Earth, right? And we
mhm,
compare that to what we see the Negroes doing in America. They're
mhm,
twerking, they're doing gang violence, they're doing this, they're making this music, which is hip hop, which is degenerate, what you call degenerate music.
mhm.
And we compare the two. What would you say about that?
That the Dominicans actually created hip hop.
You say Dominicans?
Yeah.
I would disagree with that, but you saying like when you say hip hop, are you saying like real rap music, or are you saying like reggaeton type shit? Like what do you mean?
It was more reggaeton type shit.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay,
Yep.
but we're talking about the actual hip hop that actually transpired in New York. We all know that hip hop was created in New York.
Hmm.
You know, KRS-One, big up to KRS-One. He let it know that it was the South Bronx that basically started hip hop, not
Hmm.
Queensbridge. Like how
Right, but those were Dominicans in Queensbridge or in South Bronx. Those were
but
Dominicans in South Bronx.
even when you talk about even that type of nature, that I don't hear nothing
Mm-hmm.
about Dominicans. It would say there was mostly Puerto Ricans and blacks that basically created hip hop in New York. You know what I'm saying? Like most of the best breakers or graffiti artists are Puerto Ricans. You had the Rocksteady crew. All these Puerto Ricans
I,
that were
I
that were
I
basically
can't
made.
I can't argue that. I can't argue
You know
that
what I'm saying? That's usually what it usually comes down to. You know what I'm saying? I've never
though.
really heard about Dominicans being in hip hop like that. Like you're the first person to really actually bring that up to me ever. I'm actually from the Bronx. I was born in the Bronx, South Bronx.
Okay.
What I'm saying? So, you know, I'm really aware about how hip hop started. But back to the
Hmm.
culture part, like I said, so what we
Hmm.
see what one group is doing and another group is doing, who is being, I would say, more righteous in their actions? The natives
Neither.
that are fighting for the water, for the land, for even animal rights, or a people that's being basically acting degenerate that we see all across the board in the United States.
Neither, because there are also right. So, God tells us, "Is this the fast that I asked for, or is it to break all of oppression, to break all the yokes of bondage, to free those who are in prison, to feed those who are hungry, and feed those who are needy?" And we have the civil rights movement. That's an act
Okay,
of righteous. That is an act of righteousness. So
Well,
we can't, like I
the
said,
super,
we can't say this is an Israelite, this is a Israelite. Um, God will, or God, Jesus, not Jesus, God through Jesus, let me clarify, will at the end um, separate the tares from the wheat, right? That's
okay,
not some,
but you're still not answering my question, brother. There still has to be a distinction between nations. Who are the Israelites and who are the Canaanites between the two? Because, like I said,
there,
we see it in biblical times. We even still see it in the apocrypha. We still see it even with Jesus when Jesus healed the Canaanite woman. I'm not the Canaanite woman, the Canaanite woman's daughter who was
mhm,
ill. So we see that even in the time of Jesus, there were still Canaanites around us. That's what I'm saying. So these people have always been around us.
right,
So
but
when you
we live
when
in a
you
we live in a we live in a time where we can't tell. To argue about endless genealogies is nonsense. That's something that
So
we
then,
can't
the argument
we
could be
can't
that then
tell.
white people. So then white people could be Israelites. So then Asian,
They could be.
Chinese,
I could.
and Japan, they're Israelites. You know what I mean?
Well,
Like
was
that's the argument that you're
where
making.
were
If you say you
where
can have
were
a discussion,
where were the where were the Israelites scattered to?
brother, according to the scripture, were the Israelites the
Where were
only
they?
people scattered?
Where
Were they
were
the
they scattered to? Where were they scattered?
were they the only people to be scattered?
No, they're not the only people. But where were they
Okay, then
scattered?
hold on. So
Where
if you
were they scattered to, though?
brother, brother, okay, if you know that the Israelites were not the only ones to be scattered, right?
Were they scattered all over the world? To the four
According to Daniel chapter 9, yes.
to the four corners of the earth, right?
According to the prophet Daniel,
Right.
yes.
So there's no way I could tell that you're Israelite, I'm an Israelite, but besides, right? John says, John said to the Pharisees, right, as they were walking up, he called them brood of vipers. He cursed them out before they even walked up to him, right? And he said that you think that because you claim that you are the seed of Abraham, that you are his children. But I tell you that God could raise up children from these rocks, right? So there's no way to claim that I'm an Israelite and to try to be Lord of God's kingdom is
So
not
then why
something
did you
that
make the claim that Native Americans are Israelites?
because they fit the they
Brother,
fit
stop
the
it. You see what you're doing, right? You're telling me in one breath, well, no one can tell it. Only
no
God can do it. Only Jesus, he can
right.
separate the wheats and tares, and this and that. But then you say that,
But
but
what you're
Native
trying to
Americans are the Israelites, right?
mhm.
Because of a thing called Arzareth, that they went to a place where never mankind dwelt, whatever the case may be, which makes these people Israelites. But then when I bring up the transatlantic slave trade, you yourself admitted that those were Hamites, right? And
Some of them, yes.
I told you, well, be more specific biblically because you were saying Ashanti, you were using modern terms. I told you
Hmm.
to be more specific. You then said Hamites. You didn't say Israelites. You didn't
Nope.
say it was Israelites that
I
also
said
came with.
Shemites, Hebrews. Shemites and Hebrews weren't around during that time.
Okay, so
It
hold on.
was
So according to the
the
transatlantic
Hebrews.
slave trade, were they scattered to the four corners?
I'm sorry, what's that?
According to the transatlantic slave trade, were they scattered to the four corners?
Were they scattered to the four corners? Uh yeah, they were scattered to the four corners.
So you just said that that was Hamites. Where in the scriptures does it say that Hamites were also going to be scattered to the four corners?
It is. That's your whole point.
Well,
That
that's
the
my
Canaanite
point. I'll bring it. I could bring that stuff up. But I'm saying, according to
right,
you, that according
right.
to you,
That's what you're saying. The
cool. But
Canaanites
according
were
to you, you're saying that these guys were Hamites. Well, what scripture would you go to show the audience that hey, agreeing with me that also Hamites will also be scattered also because like I was telling you from the beginning, when you brought up the scattering, I said, well, that's why I kept telling you, bringing up scattering doesn't make you an Israelite. We know that the Egyptians were scattered, and we also know that the Canaanites were also scattered.
mhm.
When people bring up arguments about yokes of irons on their necks. We all know that many nations had yokes of iron on their necks. Even according to the Bible itself, when it talks about in the book of Jeremiah, where it says that King
It's a little.
Nebuchadnezzar, King Nebuchadnezzar had many nations, and he had placed a yoke of iron on these nations. And we know that King Nebuchadnezzar conquered many nations, not just Israelites. So when
You're
people
right,
make
but
arguments about scattering yokes of irons on their necks and things of that nature, these are not things that make you an Israelite. That would be my point.
correct, right? But the point still stands, right? That I can't tell who's an Israelite or not. Only I could tell by their works, which was what John the Baptist's point was, that Christ, God could raise up children from these stones. It's not about how you look; it's about the things that you do, your actions
I
that
believe that.
make you the seed of Abraham.
I totally agree with you. I totally agree with
Mhm.
you. I believe that not even that, but we all know that Israelites are like, I'm not saying all Israelites, but we know that some of our ancestors mixed in with other people. So they're going to be black looking Israelites, white looking Israelites, and all these different things, right?
So you agree?
No, but what I don't agree is but what the nation itself will still look like. The whole
Right.
nation, we have never seen in history a whole nation mixing in with a whole other nation. This is why today we still have different races. We have white people, we have Africans, we have Asians, we have whatever, Australians, whatever the case may be. We have different stocks of people. We can clearly see that. But individuals, yes, have mixed.
Mhm.
So I'm not denying that part. You know what I
Right.
mean?
Well, but what you're emphasizing is who are the people that are creating hip hop, making our women twerk, doing these drive-bys? Who are those people that are? That's what you're emphasizing,
Yeah, these
and
Hamites. You said they were
what
Hamites, so I'm asking what type of
we
Hamites
can't.
are these people?
You're claiming that they're Hamites, right?
No, you did
We
when you said when I asked about the transatlantic slave trade.
no, I said that the transatlantic slave trade was multiple people. It wasn't just
Okay,
Hamites.
okay. Now my question to you, brother, you keep putting yourself in the hole because you know I'm going to ask the question. What scripture is that says that Hamites, Shemites, or even Japhites would suffer slavery together and then be scattered to the four corners and stuff like that? Like, what scripture are you getting this theology from?
That's history. That's fact.
I
I
didn't
can't
ask about
change.
it, brother. I know that's history, but my
Right. I
point
can't
is
change
the
what I
Bible.
can't change.
I thought the
I
Bible was
can't
the truth.
change.
Is the
I
Bible the
can't
truth?
change what happened. I can't change that happened. I didn't
Brother,
make that
that's not
happen.
what I'm asking you.
So
I'm
that's why
asking
my
you.
point is I can't tell you who is an Israelite. I
No,
can't.
I'm not
The
asking about the
only way
Israelite,
I
brother.
could tell you.
I didn't ask about the Israelite because again, we both agreed, right, that the Israelites are over here in the Americas. According to you, happened in Arsrif. Everybody already knows my stance on that. Okay. My point was about the transatlantic slave trade. Okay. When I brought that up, your first response was that they were all Hamites. You know what I'm
Right, but
saying?
you're
Then hold on, but then, brother, you hear the argument before you hear the
I'm
response.
here. I'm
Okay.
listening.
Okay. So when I brought up the transatlantic slave trade, you said that they were Hamites. And then I said, all right, cool. So then I was like, well, according to the transatlantic slave trade, the majority of them went to South America and the minority of them went to Americas. Then I
Mhm.
brought up the point about how ancient times, how the Israelites were always dwelling with these so-called Hamitic people or Canaanites specifically. And then when
Mhm.
I asked you that question, then that's when the pushback really came. When you're basically like, well, we can't tell the difference. Yes, we can, because who are these people? Because I'm prior to them coming over from the transatlantic slave trade. We're talking about those people. Who are those people specifically that we now see dwelling in the hoods today with so-called Hispanics and natives?
Okay, so you're saying that we could tell the difference because uh they create hip hop, they create they have our women twerking, they're doing these drive-bys, they're doing all these derogatory things, and that's how we know they're Hamites. Is
Well,
that
according
is
according to the
that's what
book
I'm
of
getting?
yeah, because
That's
that's
what
according to the book of Isaiah 23. Isaiah
Okay,
23
so
tells you that the people of Tyre are going to spread their fornications to all kingdoms around the earth. You know what I'm saying?
the
So it's not
reason,
just on North
right?
America. We have Chinese people right now twerking. We have Japanese people that are now twerking because of this thing called the things that they're
Because
spreading around.
because of the African American, or because that is what is pushed by the people who are in charge, by the oppressor. The oppressor is pushing this image. The oppressor is giving that television of telling us what it is that we ought to do, what it is to be a gangster, what it is to be from the hood. The oppressor is giving us that image, and thus the people are emulating that same exact thing. That's why we have Bad Bunny, who is gay, and he's not African. Or are you saying he's African?
Is that your example?
My
There are homosexuals
my
in
my
all cultures, but again, we don't
my
see
point is
but we
that the
don't see
propaganda.
Asian. Hold on, we don't see Chinese people trying to imitate Bad Bunny. We don't see Russians trying to imitate Bad Bunny. We don't see Europeans trying to imitate Bad Bunny. But we do see all those people that I just mentioned practicing what we just saw, black culture.
Right, because that is the propaganda that has been put into their minds to do that. It's not something that they naturally do. What we see is them doing righteous things like the civil rights movement, things like that, attempting to do those things. Are they good? That is another debate for another rabbit hole. But the point is that they don't know what it is that they do. Like Christ said, please forgive them because they don't know. They that is that image has been put into their minds through propaganda to act like that in order to get rid of them.
And again, so like the question will still remain: who would you teach? Who are the Canaanites today then that are dwelling amongst our people?
I wouldn't teach an endless genealogy. I wouldn't teach. You could tell this is a Canaanite. You could tell this is a
Let me
Hamite.
ask you a question. Let me ask you a
You could
question.
tell
Other
this is an
than
Israelite.
getting that philosophy from Paul about the endless of genealogies, but yet we see Paul himself admitting his genealogy. He specifically
Hmm.
brought his genealogy. We see
That was his whole
Christ's
point.
we see Christ's genealogy in Matthew's 1 and what is it, Luke chapter 2,
Hmm.
of lineages. All throughout the Old Testament, lineage has always been very important. In
Hmm.
fact, it was so important, according to the high priest Ezra, when he led the children back into the land, that if they weren't able to show their pedigree, that they were basically kicked out of the nation.
He even,
Correct?
if I'm correct, he even stoned those people who didn't put away their women from other nations.
There you go. So we see that this was a very serious thing throughout history and stuff like that. This thing about, oh, you shouldn't worry about genealogy, that usually just comes from Paul. Other than
Well,
that, you
no.
don't see nobody else talking reckless like that. In fact, they were very strict on genealogy, especially the Zadokites. You couldn't just claim to be a Zadokite. You know what I mean? That's a
Uh-huh.
specific family bloodline. Just like Jesus. The reason why we see the genealogy of Jesus in Matthew's 1 is to prove that his genealogy goes back through who? To David, because that
Hmm.
is very important, right?
Hmm.
So
Yeah.
we
Well,
can't say that
in order
genealogy
to say he
is
is.
no longer important because Paul said so.
Well, when the man came to Jesus and he asked or the Pharisees came to Jesus and they tried to trip him up, and they asked him, how do you get eternal life? And he said, love thy God with all your heart, mind, and soul. And he gave them the second commandment was love your neighbor, um, to love your neighbor.
As
And
yourself. Yeah.
yep. And the Pharisee said, well, who is my neighbor? And Jesus said, he gave him the parable of the Samaritan. So he tells him that a priest walked by. So genealogy, a priest walked by. He seen the man that got beat and robbed and bled to the ground, and the priest just walked on by. He seen another Levite that walked by, seen the man and just left him. But there was a Samaritan who came and he helped the man, brought him to an inn, told the innkeeper, take care of him. Anything that you need that costs more, let me know. I'll pay it. And Jesus says, so which one of these was a neighbor?
So, do you believe in Gentile salvation? You believe that they were
To a
actual
point,
converts and stuff?
yes, with the caveat.
Okay, so you do believe in conversion.
With the caveat, yes.
Okay, according to the law, are they treated the same as Israelites, or are they treated to like almost like a second class citizen?
They will be treated at, please don't let the stranger say that I am not um of the people of God and that I am cut off from God, that they will have a name in the house of God as equal as the Israelites.
Christ was a
I'm
Torah.
paraphr-
I'm saying
I'm
Christ was
par-
a Torah follower,
I'm
right? Christ was
paraphrasing
a Torah teacher.
I'm paraphrasing Isaiah right now. Those aren't the exact words.
But I'm saying, is Christ a Torah teacher?
Yes.
That's what I was asking you. According to the Torah, how were converts supposed to be treated? Were they supposed to be treated as equals, or were they supposed to be treated as basically a possession?
When you look at Abraham and his servant, the one that he sent to um
Or you talk about you
Rebecca.
talk about you talk about pre Israelites. You talk about pre Moses coming down from Mount Sinai. I'm
Well, this
talking
is
about I'm talking about after Moses came down from Mount Sinai and he's giving the Israelites, which they became
right,
a nation in
like
Egypt.
Jesus
Or
said, if you were the child of Abraham, you would do the works of Abraham.
are all
So
people do all
Abraham,
people come from Abraham?
Abraham had a servant, and his servant, that servant that he had, he sent, what the servant was a Canaanite, right? Am I right?
I can't remember. I
But
believe no,
he wasn't a Hebrew, right?
I don't believe so.
Nonetheless. So that came, that servant loved Abraham so much that he wanted to stay with Abraham. And that is how we're supposed to treat other people. These other people are supposed to bless us, realize that the way we lived is the right way. The way they lived is they turned everything into property, they turned everything into the Babylon system. Um and so when they recognize who the true Israelites are and bless us, they will also become children of the house of Israel under the banner of whatever house it is. Whether you're Ephraim, I'm, you know, from the tribe of Issachar. I'm not holding that as a staple. You're Ephraim and I'm Issachar. I'm not saying that's staple. I'm just saying if I have a white servant, he's under the house of whatever house it is when the apostles judged the 12 tribes.
According to Leviticus, what is it, 25? It tells you about how to treat an Israelite stranger, about how you're not supposed to put him in slavery, and how he's supposed to work the year of Jubilee, and you're supposed to release him after 7 years. And when you release him with all the possessions, with his family, and things of that nature. But then it says that the stranger that is among you, which is of the heathen, that they are supposed to be taken as a possession, and that they're supposed to be taken to as a possession, not only for you, but
Mm-hmm.
for your children after them, forever and ever. But of
Mm-hmm.
your of your brethren that is a stranger, you cannot rule over him with rigor. Correct?
Mhm. Yep.
Like I said,
Isaiah.
according to the law, there's a difference of how you treat a convert. Correct?
Yeah, Isaiah 60 says that they'll come unto the light, our light, the Israelites' light, and they will be bondsmen and maid servants. So they will be doing our work, and we will own the land. But
So again, so they will be treated like second class citizens, right? Because that's how you would view us living in America today, right? We're basically being treated as second class citizens, correct?
no,
You wouldn't accumulate that the same way. So are you saying
uh,
that? So you're
the
saying that?
American
Are you saying that
we
blacks
are
and Hispanics are being
we
treated like
are
first class citizens, like the so-called Europeans?
we get treated like not even citizens, right? We get treated way worse than second class citizens. And so my whole point is Abraham didn't treat his servant like a second class citizen. Abraham treated him like a fellow member of his household.
Now, again, so like I said, this is post the law coming out because I'm talking about the laws of Israel, about how
Right.
the Most
And
High gave us these laws about how we govern ourselves, right? So, in the time of
right.
Moses, if a heathen, let's say a heathen, right, like he said, he
Mhm,
loves you, right? Oh, I love Kavah. Kavah, you're such a good man, blah, 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 blah. And you allow him to stay in your guest house, let's say your guest house, whatever the case may be. Would you allow him to worship his voodoo gods
oh no,
on
definitely.
your
You're not
property?
right. You're not doing none of that. You're following the law of God on my property. Right. That's
Exactly.
everybody.
So you're
That's
basically
anybody. That's anybody.
so you're basically forcing, right? So you're forcing. Well, that's not everybody because we have landlords. Everybody today in America have landlords who may be Christians,
Right.
who
But
may
we're not
be
under we're not in
Muslims.
the
And
kingdom
in
of
my house,
I'm
I
talking
can, if I want to do voodoo, I could do voodoo. If I want to do, worship Krishna, I could worship Krishna. My landlord can't really tell me who I could worship in my house, right?
right, but we're not under the kingdom of God.
But we're not
We're
talking about the kingdom of God. We're talking about in the time of Moses or even in the time of Christ, because you brought up Christ about how you're supposed to treat your neighbor. I would say
mhm,
that that neighbor he's talking about will only have to be an Israelite, because even then they were even treated like second class citizens. And we can see that when Christ is dealing with many of these Pharisees, a lot of these Pharisees were converts. You know what I'm saying?
so would you say
This is why Christ is making comments like this. Like I worship the true Father while you worship your father, which was the devil since the beginning, who was a liar and a murderer. When
mhm,
Christ is making that statement to those certain Pharisees, what Christ is basically addressing is the different stock, different bloodline. I have a father, you have a father, and we have different fathers. Your father is this, and that,
mhm,
while my father is this, and that, righteous, or whatever
mhm,
the case may be. So when
mhm.
Christ is even identifying with Pharisees, a lot of people don't know that a lot of the Pharisees were actual converts, Edomites at that.
Oh yeah. They well, one of the things I do want to talk to you about that the whole Paul doctrine, but that involves having a presentation and having my verses in order. I don't want to have that conversation. It's a deep conversation. I respect your thoughts on that. I don't agree, but
Did
anyways,
you watch the class?
huh?
Did you end up watching that whole class?
Not the whole class. I still haven't watched the whole class. I'm gonna be honest with you, Misery. I still
What
need to
what
watch.
what
That's why I
point?
don't want to argue with you about
Oh,
that. But
so to prove your point, because you say you watched some of it, so I want to see if you actually did. What points did you see me bring out that made you go like, hmm?
um, so the that's something I'm about to address. You said that the what people a lot of people don't know is that the Pharisees were Edomites, that there were Herodians, and that is one of the points that you made that Paul could be a Herodian, man masquerading as
Well, I didn't say he could
Ben.
be. That's what Paul said out of his own mouth, though. Did not Paul claim to be that he was from the house of the Herodians?
No, that actually was a a person and not the actual Herodians. It was Herod. uh, I like I said, I don't want to get into the. I don't want to
No, but I'm saying,
misquote
but
the.
didn't Paul say that though?
I
That he
don't.
came from the house of the Herodians.
No, he didn't say he came from the house of Herodians. It was a name of an individual that sounded like Herodians, but it wasn't Herodians. It was an individual himself. Like I said, I don't want to misquote the verse. We can have that discussion. But when the Pharisees had qualms with the Hebrews, right? Um, they it wasn't that the Herodians did it. They would go and meet with the Herodians to see what it is that we could do. So yes, some of them were Edomites, some of them were Ishmaelites, but also some of them were still Hebrews. They weren't all Edomites. They weren't all
Of course not.
um,
That's not. That's
the Herodians controlled the political side of um, Jerusalem at the time. Yes, because what Rome would do is they would conquer a province and then they would place whoever it was that they trusted over that province, and Herod was one of those political people that were in charge, but he wasn't
and
part of the Pharisees.
what
The
else did you
Pharisees.
see? And what else did you see in that video?
Um, what else did I see? Oh, I also seen where you there was bro, I don't want to mess it up. Okay, I don't want to mess that up. I definitely want to have that. I think it'd be a good conversation to have with you. That's something else I have to get on in defending. Right now, I'm defending the flesh of Christ. Right now, I'm defending Christ being in the OT. So that's a topic I'm putting on my list. But I got other fights as well. Uh,
Yeah,
and
I would suggest you
misery.
just watch that whole lesson. I even
Hmm.
did because when I drop lessons, I always put more information. This is not the
Hmm.
first time I did a class about Paul. I believe that was probably my third or fourth one. You know what I'm saying? I have one on this channel called "Was Paul a Stumbling Block?" Um, I believe I did one on Ancient Watchmen. I did one on Wavy's channel, and then I did the one I just did 3 weeks ago on my channel again. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's the
And
only one
every
I know
time I
about.
keep bringing out just it's never the same thing. I'll put it to you like that. It's like I keep piling things on to show everybody. So I would suggest you watch all if you like you said you want to have that discussion one day. I would suggest that you watch all of those classes before even attempting it. You know what I'm saying? It's, because even what's his name, Darkness came on my channel. What was it, like a week?
Oh yeah,
A
I'm
week
not gonna come unprepared, especially not against misery. Misery puts it down. I don't. There's things that I might not agree with you of misery, but I do have respect for the things that you do. You're not slack in what you do. Definitely have valuable questions. Definitely have valuable um, reasons to say the things that you say. So not
So let me
that.
let me get back to the transatlantic slave trade part, right? When you were saying, well, there could be either Hamites or even Shemites, whatever the case may be, right?
Mhm.
One of my biggest arguments about the whole transatlantic slave trade is, to me, it's impossible to be talking about Israelites. You know what I'm saying? And the reason why I say that is because in order for anybody to talk about the transatlantic slave trade, you would basically be calling Jesus and his apostles and even Daniel the prophet uh basically a liar. You know what I mean?
How
Because
so?
yeah, because even in the time of Jesus, the Israelites were already scattered. Okay, they were already scattered to all nations. We see what James 1:1 to the 12 tribes scattered abroad. Acts chapter 2, was it 2:5 or 5:2, where it says
Not. Uh,
Jews, devout men out of every nation came to the Pentecost. Then you have what Matthew's 28, when, before Christ ascends back to the Father, he tells his disciples to now preach the gospel to all nations, right? Baptizing them. You know what I'm saying? So we know that the Israelites were already scattered in all nations at the time. Meaning, and even the prophet Daniel even admits this in Daniel's chapter 9. He says that all Israel, he didn't say some, he didn't say, hey, only the northern kingdom or southern kingdom. He said all Israel went through the curses that were written in the law of Moses, right?
Mm-hmm.
And all the curses that were written in the law of Moses. Meaning
Mm-hmm.
that in the time of the Assyrian and Babylonian captivity, that you would have to have Israelites over here in the Americas even back then. So
Mm-hmm.
even when Christ, and now in Christ's time, we still see that they were still scattered in all nations, meaning even the Americas and whatever, to all these different countries.
So,
It was
so you're
never
saying,
there was never a prophecy. Christ never said it. His disciples, Paul, nobody ever said this, that the Israelites, or specifically the southern kingdom, would come back together from the scattering, migrate somewhere to then later on be scattered again. You know what I mean? And
so
we
you're
all
saying that
go ahead.
before Christ came, they were already scattered.
They were already scattered to all nations. And that's
So
according to the prophet Daniel.
when when the temple was destroyed, what was what did Christ tell the people was going to happen?
Now again, see, that's what I'm saying. So even in the time of Christ, the people that were dwelling in the land, right? They were in a
Where
minority.
they would
Okay.
be scattered unto all nations.
No, but brother, they were in a minority, and according to history, no, brother, this is how I usually, debunk what you're about to say. You know what I mean? Because in order for that to happen, right? We all know um that many of the Jews that even follow Christ, they stopped and departed from following Christ. Okay. So, in order for that to be true, you would have to say that the Jews who don't believe in Christ listen to Christ. But we all know that Jews have never listened to Christ. They're against Jesus, right? But not only that, right?
Mhm,
You have the account of 70 AD, which people believe
mhm.
that that's the time where these Israelites were taken out of the land, which again is a false narrative because we see many revolts happening way after that, even going as far back as like
Before that.
120 AD. You know what I'm saying? So 50 or 60 years, even after 70 AD, we still see Israelites in that land doing revolts against the Romans, right?
Mhm.
But even according to the account of Josephus, he tells you that many of them died off. The majority of
Yes.
them died
Did
off from the siege and stuff like that. So now again, so the people that were still dwelling in that land, even at that time, was a very small minority. Remember
did
Acts
Christ
5. Like I said,
did
remember
Christ
Acts.
say
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
did Christ say that they would be scattered unto all nations?
No, I'll say this. Okay, I'll put it like this: the minority that was there, yes, but it was a very small amount. But
A
also,
great
I want you to hold
multitude.
on. But also, I want you to notice what you're saying. Where
Mhm,
were they? They were where? In the land of Israel, correct?
mhm.
Okay, then. So according to Deuteronomy 28, the scattering, I mean, all the curses that you read in Deuteronomy 28 is happening in your land, in your land, in your land. These guys coming from afar in your land. Never in Deuteronomy does it say that these curses are going to apply in enemy's land, meaning that
Well,
these
if,
people, hold on, like I said, so when you have these people
mhm.
that make up the excuse that, well, after 70 AD or 120 AD, that the Romans scattered them or probably placed these minority of people, let's say somewhere in South Africa, somewhere, again,
Mhm.
how would the curse apply to anybody in South or Central Africa? When,
And
according to the Torah, the curses only apply when you're in your land. 70 AD, like how you just admitted, would be a perfect example because they're in their land. So that
okay,
small minority, yes, could have been scattered,
all
but
right.
not from
So
their land. But go ahead.
they were scattered all over, right?
Yes, but not
What did
from another enemy's land, which would be the transatlantic
Deuteronomy
slave trade. Remember, that's what I asked you about,
Deuteronomy
transatlantic slave trade.
Deuteronomy 28, right? That's what we're talking about. It finishes.
Well, no. The reason why I brought up, remember, the reason why I brought up the scattering was about to address the transatlantic slave trade. Remember, I
Right,
said
right, right,
the reason why I don't believe that transatlantic slave trade has to do anything about Israel is because of what we're discussing now.
right. These curses would follow the Israelites no matter where they were, and they would be a sign.
It doesn't say that they were, brother. It doesn't say that these curses would happen to them wherever they're at. Meaning that these curses would take place in enemy's land, brother. The whole
It,
pattern,
it
brother,
says
brother.
that these curses will follow you wherever you are, wherever you choose to hide,
Okay,
and that
brother.
and that
I can agree with that.
those
I can agree with,
curses
brother. I can
would
agree
be
with
a
that.
sign for generations forever.
And what are the
So
signs? And what are the signs? The things that happened to your ancestors while they were in the land of Israel, brother. Like I
the
said, we
same
see a
exact thing
pattern,
that happened to them.
brother. What you're doing right now, you're going completely against the Bible. Okay, and I'm gonna show you
No,
why. Yes, you are.
no.
Yes, you are. I'm gonna show you why. Okay, because what you're talking about right now is something very new. We all know that when we went under the Syrian, Babylonian,
Mhm,
Greek,
mhm,
Persian, Roman, right?
mhm.
Those are all fulfillments of the curse, correct?
Yes.
And now I want you to notice the pattern. Look at my fingers. Okay, that's right. So when the Israelites were in the land, they got taken out by the Assyrians. There goes
Mhm,
one, a fulfillment. Then the southern kingdom that was left got taken out by the Babylonians, which is
mhm,
one nation while they were in their land. Same thing with the Israelites after they came back from through the Persians. When they came back after Ezra, then the Greeks went into their land and did it. And then
mhm.
now to the New Testament, now we see the Romans. And now you ask, well, Christ said that those remnant, whatever people got scattered. So everything I just mentioned, all the curses took place where?
And Jerusalem. I know.
And not one of them took place in enemy's land, like how you're trying to now say it is, that it can apply to it. When we see that the Bible
So
disagrees with that theology, that all the curses happen in your land. The curses only happen in your land. So when you're saying, well, these are a sign or a wonder, brother, the sign is that you can recognize that these things happen to your ancestors while they were in their land. Not that, oh, we're now in enemy's land, and yeah, and while we're in our enemy's land, we're still being cursed. Brother, that's nowhere in Deuteronomy 28.
yeah, that is that is what's happening. That
No,
is
no,
what's happening.
show it to me. Show me where in Deuteronomy 28 does it say that the curses are going to apply in
These
enemy's land.
these will be a sign unto you for generations forever. These curses will follow you wherever
You hear what I said?
you go.
Follow you. Okay, brother, follow
Right.
you. Meaning that, again, the beginning of your curse leads back to your ancestors being in Jerusalem, or would you
Right.
call Israel?
And like you said, these you believe and I believe that these things are repetitive and these things continue to happen until the
No,
children of
in
Israel
your
wake
land.
wake up and come back to what it is that.
Let me give you even a
Yeah,
further
I know you're
analogy.
emphasizing
Because
the
again, it never, brother, I already showed you all the captivities, and you agreed that all of them had taken place in our land, just like the scripture says. Okay,
uh,
not one of those captivities ever took place in an enemy's land, even though while they were in enemy's land, we see prophets complaining about how the people were being treated and things of that nature. I'm not saying that they weren't, while they were in enemy's lands, that they weren't still suffering. But the point is that their
right,
curse started off from their land, right?
right.
Now when we go
Well,
even to the future,
mhm,
hold on. Now when we go into the future, because like you said,
yes,
that these curses are repetitive, right? So then
hmm
when these so-called Negroites ask us natives, well, Jose, if you're saying that these curses only happen in your land and things of that nature, again, was it Arzareth given to us? Wouldn't that be our part of our land according to Second Ezra 13?
yes. And one thing that
And
isn't our
us
land.
natives, hold on.
Time
Did
out. Time
did
out.
us natives in this land over here, what you call Arzareth, did they go
Hmm
through the curses that we read in Deuteronomy 28?
Yes.
Okay, then.
Uh,
So now you would have to show me, just like how I showed you, Jerusalem and even Arzra, meaning that every time the Most High gave us a land, because the Most High
uh-huh.
didn't just give us the land of Israel, right? We all know that. He gave
Mhm.
us Arzareth, and I believe he even
Mhm.
talks about giving even King David another land. Even what is it, Deuteronomy 33? He says that Ephraim and Manasseh will be taken to the ends of the world, or whatever the case may be, and dwell to the
Uh-huh.
latter times. So we know
Yeah.
that he has given us multiple lands, right? And
Uh-huh.
while we're in this land, yes, those curses can apply. My
Right.
problem is that the Most High never gave us any type of land anywhere in South or Central Africa for these curses to even apply.
So so where that falls apart, right, is Nebuchadnezzar, he put the 10 tribes in the northern part of Assyria. So these
Nebuchadnezzar, Nebuchadnezzar was the king of
of
Babylon. He wasn't the
Babylon.
king of the Assyrian, brother.
Um,
Shalmaneser. You're talking
there you
about
go.
Shalmaneser.
And did he not bring the Israelites unto the northern part of Assyria?
Yes, that's the place that he brought us to. Just
Right,
like
right.
the Babylonians took us out of the land
And,
into
and when
Babylonia.
he took those Israelites to the northern part of Assyria, was that the land of Jerusalem?
No, it was not. Of course not.
But the Israelites were sold unto their enemies there in the northern part of Assyria. So that's where that line of thinking falls apart.
No,
But
what, brother, brother,
the
nowhere,
fact
brother.
that the fact that these curses will follow us everywhere, that is a sign. That is a sign. No matter where we are, these curses are going to happen to us. These things are going to continue to happen to us because that is the spirit that our soul is operating under, and that is the spirit that,
But
well,
yet
the
you cannot.
devil's.
But yet you have yet to show or an example of that ever happening. The
That's
Israelites
the
admitting that
example.
while they were under some kind of enemy's land, that the curses of Deuteronomy was fulfilled.
Assyria is not their land. They were sold
And they
in.
went, oh brother, the Israelites did not go into Assyria all nilly willy. The
And
Assyrians went, hold on, the Assyrians went into the land of Israel, right?
uh-huh,
And then took
uh-huh,
these people out of it, fulfilling
uh-huh.
the curses of Deuteronomy. The
Right.
meaning that the
And
northern kingdom, the reason why that they got even taken out of the land is because they fell under the curses of Deuteronomy 28 while they were in their land.
right. And the Israelites that were in Jerusalem, it wasn't that they went to Africa, West Africa, willy-nilly. They were forced there by the Romans, and the curses continued
No,
just as
brother,
in
no,
the
brother, you're
time.
adding, brother,
It's
Deuteronomy
the same
64.
exact
Brother, I
premise.
cannot
The
keep
only
allowing you to keep adding to the
the only
scripture.
difference.
Brother, no. The part that you're addressing is verse 64 down to 68. That when it talks about them being taken out and being scattered and being taken on slave ships. First of all, that part about slave ships, Moses said that's only going to happen one time and one time only of them being taken on slave ships. Okay, that he even says it that you shall never see it like this again, meaning that this is
Mhm.
only a one time thing.
Yes.
Okay, then.
Uh,
So that's the part that you're discussing 64 to 68. Prior to that, from 15 down to all the way to the verse 60, these curses are happening in your land. How can the curse follow you in your land, in enemy's land, right? Of your ox being slain, of your crops being taken by the hands of foreigners. How can the people that own Babylon or own Assyria, how can they be the foreigners of their own land that's taking your crops from their land? That doesn't make sense, brother. That's their land. That's their crops. If they wanted to take crops away from Israel at that point, they could do so because it's their land. But that's not
mhm.
what Deuteronomy says. Deuteronomy says that these enemies, these foreigners, are going to be you're going to be building your houses, and that foreigners are going to come take over your house, basically sleep with your women. You're going to have an evil eye in all these different things in
Did that
your
happen?
land, not
Did
in
that
your
happen?
enemy's land.
Did
I
that
cannot.
happen?
I cannot, brother, under the Syrian captivity,
Uh-huh.
the Israelites were not free all nilly willy. That they were just building farms and everything like that. And
Uh-huh.
then the Syrians were like, you know what? Oh, this is even though we took you as slaves, we're gonna respect you guys and respect that you guys could build your own cities and respect you guys building your own farms. No, that's never
And they
happened.
didn't. And they didn't do that to the Israelites that got scattered after the temple was destroyed in 70 AD that Christ prophesied would happen. Christ prophesied that that was going to happen. And they did go into other lands, and they were scattered into
By
other
who?
lands, and they
By
didn't
who?
go there. They didn't go there all
By who?
willy-nilly, and the
By
people
who?
and the by the Romans.
Brother, the Romans only controlled North Africa and Europe. The Romans never conquered the Middle East. They
Exactly.
never conquered Asia. They never
Right.
conquered East India. They never conquered Central and South America. So
Mhm.
again, how would the Romans be scattering these people to these nations? To matter of fact, to places that they
The
themselves
Romans
have
weren't
never
scattered.
been. That they have
The
never been.
Jesus didn't say Romans are going to scatter you. He said, when this temple is destroyed, you yourself will go into other nations and be scattered. Not that
And brother, in order for
somebody is
that to
going to take
apply,
you.
that you would have. Okay, didn't Christ said that to flee into the mountains, right?
Yes.
Okay, then. So, in order for that to happen, what you're basically saying is that these Jews listened to Christ, but at that time, did the Jews believe in Jesus? Yay or nay? No, they
Did
didn't. This is
did
why,
Jesus?
hold on, brother. This is why Josephus, which is a historian at that time, is witnessing this. He's not saying anything about scattering. What Josephus
Did,
is saying is that they got basically almost destroyed to the point where he even says that the curse is applied to the point where the Romans starved them to the point where they started eating each other.
did Jesus prophesy that was going to happen to them? Yes or no?
No, with Jesus, I'll put it like this:
Wait,
Jesus,
Jesus.
and this is what many historians have said, that wasn't a prophecy. What Jesus was basically was illustrating was the prophecy of Daniel.
So he
Hold
didn't
on,
say.
hold on. Did not
Uh-huh.
Daniel prophesy the destruction of the temple in Daniel chapter 9?
Yes, he did.
Okay, then. Did not Daniel prophesy about like I already told you, not even just to prophesy, but even Daniel admitted about how all the Israelites fell under the curses and went through the curses that were in the book of law, right?
Okay. So let's stop there.
So that's not a prophecy of Jesus, brother. When you ask the question, well, did Jesus prophesy that? No, Jesus is not prophesying that. He's illustrating the prophecy of Daniel.
Right.
Wasn't Jesus cut off? Wasn't Jesus cut off?
And Daniel
wasn't Jesus cut off?
Time out. And Daniel prophesied the temple destroying in 70 AD, right?
Yes.
And Christ said, when that temple is destroyed, you will be scattered amongst the nations. Yes or no?
Brother,
yes or no?
It's like we're going in a circle.
At this point, we're going in circles because you don't want to admit.
And I already answered your question. I'm saying no, he is not prophesying, brother.
You're saying that he's reiterating Daniel's prophecy.
Brother, you say he's.
I didn't say that. You're saying that. I am confirming what you said.
No, right? I'm saying that it wasn't a prophecy. That he was illustrating a prophecy of Daniel,
and that occurred.
Being the fulfillment of Daniel. But in the hold on, sir, in that fulfillment of Daniel, I challenge you to show me in the end of Daniel chapter 9 about the scattering. Go ahead.
Wait. Are you saying that what Jesus said was completely wrong?
No. What I'm saying,
did he not say that we would be scattered amongst the nations?
Oh my God. Brother,
did he?
I already told
he say
you.
that?
He is
what
not,
do you believe?
He said it. He said it. But the reason why he's saying he's illustrating the prophecy of Daniel
that occurred in 70. That occurred in 70 AD.
It was all for
that did not already happen.
Yes, it did.
When did it happen?
Brother, that's what I'm saying. Is the brother you come up with this black Hebrew Israelite dumb shit. Brother,
bro.
you're calling the prophet Daniel
You're
a liar. You're calling him a liar.
you're
I'm
calling
saying he's
Jesus
not.
Christ a
I'm saying
liar.
that you're getting. I'm saying that you're getting what Christ said wrong. And I'm proving to you why. Because in order for that saying that, you're basically saying that even Jesus is calling the prophet Daniel a liar. That's
No,
what I'm saying. You're
no,
not
you're
realizing
calling
it
Jesus a
because
liar.
brother. That's what I'm saying, and this is why I challenged you in the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
I even said it. This is the reason why I have a problem with the damn transatlantic slave trade, because according to Jesus, the Israelites were already scattered. Hold on, no, brother. According to
No.
Jesus, hold on. According
Oh
to
yes.
Jesus, the Israelites were already scattered. James
Mm-hmm.
admits it. He admits it, and the book of Acts admit it. But here you
And the
are
fair.
saying, no, Jose. What are you talking about? Then the scattering didn't occur yet,
I did not say yet.
brother.
There was.
Brother, but I
I
just proved to you that in the time of Jesus, the Israelites were already scattered to
right.
all
No.
nations. But here you are now denying it. And you're trying to say, Jose, well, did he prophesy that? I was like, no. What he's illustrating is the prophecy of Daniel. In the beginning of Daniel, it talks about the scattering. At the end of the chapter, it gets into a different aspect about how the temple was going to be destroyed and how
Uh-huh.
the Messiah was going to be cut off from the land of
And
the living. So so when Jesus is illustrating that, that's all he's doing. Christ is not prophesying
no,
in that
that's not
scripture
true.
right there. And if
That's
you
not
are
true.
saying that, you're calling him a liar when he tells
That's
his
not true.
disciples, brother, hold on, brother. When
That's
he
not
made that,
true.
brother, I'm gonna show you how it's true.
That's not
What
true.
you're talking about, when Jesus is telling the people that stuff, he was still alive, right?
He was
But
right.
again,
Mm-hmm.
Matthew's 28, this is Jesus after he's already crucified and he's about to return to the Father, and he's already telling his disciples, hey, preach the gospel to all nations. Why is he saying that? Because the Israelites were already in all nations. But here you are saying, no, Jose, no. Christ said that they're going to
I'm
be
not saying that.
scattered. No,
Yes.
brother, you're
Yes,
calling
he said
Jesus a liar.
when this temple
You're calling Daniel a liar, brother.
when this temple is destroyed, you will be scattered unto all nations, he said. That doesn't mean that Israelites weren't already scattered. We already know that the 10 tribes, the Gentiles, right? The Pharisees said, who is he going to go to? Preach unto the Gentiles? We know that the 10 tribes were already scattered. But like I said, there was already a split in the kingdom. And that split is those 3 tribes. We see that in Ezra,
Brother, you see what you're
where
trying to
they
do? Brother, you're trying to make a
no,
separation. You're saying, well, Jose, you don't know about it's about the North. Brother,
I'm
I
telling you
pointed
what
3
Christ said.
scriptures for you.
You're mad at what Christ said. I
What
didn't
you're
say that.
doing and what you're doing, you're playing semantics. You're trying to say, well,
No,
no, it's talking
you're
about
playing
the
semantics.
northern kingdom. Brother, James 1:1, it says to the 12. It doesn't say to the 10 tribes, like how you're trying to break it down right now. According to Acts 2:5, it specifically says Jews and devout men came out of every nation. And once again, it didn't say in the northern kingdom, but here you are now saying the
When
northern kingdom, Jose. Christ was only speaking about the northern kingdom being scattered, not the southern. No, brother. I just gave you 2 clear scriptures now of you debunking you. Specifically, it says 12
no, you
tribes.
didn't.
And Acts 2:5 is specifically is only talking about southern kingdom.
No, it's. Let me get my Bible so I can read the verse to you.
Brother, come on,
Uh,
you have to think with y'all.
give me a second. Can we make a quick interlog? Because I gotta go bathroom and get my Bible real quick. Is that cool?
All right.
Give me 1 second.
Hey. All right. Let me drop Let me see if I can. Hey, how do I? On. I know I put it up in the beginning, but now I just dropped it again. Anybody else want to jump on, get on the conversation? Shouldn't be that too long anymore. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, man, the brothers have to start realizing this stuff, man. Like these curses only happen in your land. Like, how can you be the head and then become the tail? So you're telling me that because he was trying to say this could happen in the enemy's land. How is that possible? When did the Israelites go into the Assyrian captivity or the Babylonian captivity, the Greek captivity or the Roman captivity, and they were the head, meaning that they were over their own oppressors to then be under them? Then be the tail. Oh, but these are sign of wonders. But they can't display how the curses followed them while they were under captivity under their oppressors. When were the oppressors allowing them to farm and allowing them to do all these things? For then the oppressors to then be like, you know what? We're gonna take away your your crops and kill your cattle. How would it be their cattle if they're in their enemy's land? It would be their enemy's cattle. It would be their crops, their cattle. You see what I'm saying? Like these brothers that can't grasp this all, can't grasp that type of stuff, man. And these brothers like they really have to like really pay attention to what the Bible is. We can't add our own opinions to the Bible. The signs and the wonders is for us to see that these things transpired to our ancestors while they were in the land. And you heard the brother himself when I asked him about Arzref, and he said, well, it's in the Americas. And I was like, well, did the Native Americans go through the curses of Deuteronomy 28? Can we see them going through the curses that were written in the book? And you heard them. Yes. You know why? Because we're in a land that the Most High gave us. Why can't you do that same logic, or apply that same logic to the people that were in West and South Africa? They can't do it. So then how would it be a sign and a wonder? That doesn't make any sense. How would it be a sign and a wonder when the so-called Negro or African man can't prove how they went through the curses while they were in South or Central America? Oh, the topic. Let me see. The brother said, "What is the topic?" Well, today we were just having a discussion. I brought the brother Kavad on, so we could basically talk, basically about the natives that were over here in the Americas. That's how the conversation basically started. That's basically what the topic was about. Who are these natives? And his stance was, you know, how Negroes were also basically original Native Americans over here, which that's what we've been discussing in for like almost 2 hours now. And the brother right now, he went to go grab his sword. I guess he went to go grab his Bible. So he'll be right back in a few minutes. So I'm just waiting here patiently. Shalom to brother Ephraim. What's good, brother? Shalom to the brother. What's it? We got Chucky up in here. Shalom, Chucky. To Yehu Cipher. To answer you, he said, I take it the Kavad believes in the 12 tribe chart. No, he doesn't believe in the 12 tribe chart, brother. He cleared that up in the very beginning of the discussion. He doesn't subscribe to the 12 tribe chart. Let me see who else is on here. Leo 16462. Shalom, brother. Joey Ray, Shalom, brother. Good to see you. Who else came on? Jonathan Carice said, okay. Jonathan says, pride blinds the mind of us all. If you think that you're chosen by God, think again. It's not by blood. That's what I'm saying. Like this is the craziness of the whole thing, man. If it's not by blood, again, I don't know what book you have been reading. You know what I mean? Because the whole Old Testament disagrees with you. You know what I'm saying? How would you explain that to a Jew or a rabbi? That's what I'm saying. That's the biggest contention why they don't believe in your New Testament, because of the theological things that you Christians say. Redeemed Jesus Christ. Shalom, brother. He said, common sense. Muhammad was born 600 years after Jesus lived. He never met him, so why trust what Muhammad says about Jesus? I don't think anybody brought up anything about Muhammad. Like, yo, the Jews is trying to bring up Muhammad into the discussion. I'm like, yo, when did we ever said anything about Muhammad? That's crazy. Mr. Worm, Shalom. He says, all that the Father gives me will come to me, and those will come to me will I certainly not cast them out. Okay. Hebrew child, Shalom. He said the Eskimos were very dark skinned. That was way back in the beginning of the conversation. Christ play, Ola. Shalom, brother.
Okay, my bad, bro. I had to get this and go to the bathroom. Sorry about that, bro.
Who's taking a
But
dump?
okay.
Let me
No. But if I would, I wouldn't be embarrassed to say that. So in Luke 21, we see where Christ says this. Okay. He says, but so he's talking about the destruction of desolation, right? Which was prophesied in Daniel that was going to happen in 70. Right? Correct.
Yep.
So here on verse 24, it says, and they shall fall by the edge of the sword, which is what you're talking about, Josephus was talking about, and shall be led captive into all nations. And Jerusalem shall be trodden down of the Gentiles until the time of the Gentiles be fulfilled. Are we currently in the time of the Gentiles?
Before you get to that, the scattering part happened before the destruction of Jerusalem, correct? What you just read?
After the destruction of the temple.
Read that again.
Okay. And then said he unto them, nation, let me go back. Let me go to verse 2 or 5. And some spoke of the temple and how it was adorned with godly gifts, he said, as for these things which you behold, the days will come in which there shall not be left one stone upon another that not be thrown down. Now, is that him talking about the temple being destroyed?
Of course it is. Go ahead.
Right. And so when we go down to verse 24, which is after verse 5 and 6, we see, and they shall fall by the edge of the sword and shall be led away captive into all nations.
Uh-huh.
So, like I was saying, the transatlantic slave trade isn't just...
Stop being deceptive. I told you to read the thing again, because what you just told
I
about
just read it, bro.
Go ahead, read it again.
Oh my gosh, let me get back to it again. Now, what was your question about it, bro?
That he mentions the scattering before the actual temple is destroyed, correct?
No, after the temple was destroyed.
Read it again.
I did. Verse 5 and 6 is the destruction of the temple. Verse 21 is what happened.
Hold on. Well, you're in Luke what again?
Luke 21. So this is during the time of the Gentiles. Are we currently in the time of the Gentiles?
Yes, we are.
Right. So it says, and they will be sent away as captives to all nations of the world, and Jerusalem will be trampled down by Gentiles until the period of the Gentiles come to an end. So therefore, like I said, demonstrating that not only were the 10 tribes scattered across the world, but those that were dwelling in Jerusalem as well would be scattered amongst all the nations as captives and would also die by the sword. So, like I said, I wasn't lying, bro.
Brother, oh my God. James 1 and 1, they were already scattered. I already told you, according to Acts 2 and 5, it says that there were already Jews, devout men out of every nation. The Jews were already scattered before the temple was destroyed. Not after 70 AD. Everything that I read for you, all three scriptures, Matthew's 28, Acts 2 and 5, right. James 1 and 1, all these things occurred before the temple was destroyed.
Well, good thing.
They're admitting they're admitting that all 12 tribes were already scattered. Not that they were going to be scattered after 70 AD, brother.
So James 1:1 was before the destruction of the temple?
Yes, of course it was. James 1 and 1 to the 12 tribes scattered abroad. That was before 70 AD. And again, I already told you.
That was first.
I don't know why people keep saying
that was first.
And I don't know why people keep saying. And
that was first century AD.
I would not know why people will even bring up 70 AD when we both knew, and we both already talked about this,
because
we will see Jews even in the land in 120 AD.
So now you're calling Jesus. Now you're calling Jesus a liar because he said during the time of the Gentiles. If we are during the brother,
what I'm calling is that your misunderstanding of what you're reading. All I'm pointing out is that
no, you're trying to say we're
before the destruction, brother. Acts 2 and 5, when the Pentecost, that means, brother, for the Pentecost and stuff like that, the temple was still up. The hell are you talking about?
You're proving my point.
No, you're proving my point.
You're proving my point.
The scattering took place, brother. You're saying that the scattering took place after
that's what Jesus said
of the temple
during the time of the Gentiles.
28, Acts 2 and 5,
Luke
James
21
debunk your theology.
No, it doesn't, bro. Luke 21 is literally saying that those that are in Jerusalem when the temple is destroyed will be brought into all nations by sword. That is what Luke 21 verse 24 is saying. It's not saying, oh, when you were in Syria, when you were in Greek. No, it is when after the temple is destroyed.
Oh my God, bro. This is crazy.
I know it is crazy.
Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, it is. Like I
It's
said,
super crazy.
everybody in the comment board see what's going on here, brother. It doesn't even
Right,
matter.
that
Everybody's
you're
witnessing.
denying Luke
You're
21,
literally
24.
saying that the time of James 1 and 1 took place after the 70 AD. Brother, that's historically inaccurate. What you're saying is historically inaccurate according to Acts 2 and 5. I'm giving you 3 witnesses. You're giving me a story that you're misrepresenting. Because I'm telling you that all Jesus is doing in the book of Luke is just illustrating the prophecy of Daniel chapter 9. Like I said, you said, well, yeah, I agree with that, Jose. Well, okay then. Well, if you agree with that, when you go to Daniel's chapter 9, he admits it in the very beginning, in verse 11 and down, where he's telling you that all Israel went through the curses, that were written in the law of Moses, that the scattering already took place. Then later on in that book of Daniel chapter 9 is when he starts actually prophesying about about how the Messiah was going to be cut off and how the temple was actually going to be destroyed. Nowhere in Daniel's chapter 9, at the end of the chapter, does he mention about some scattering at that point. He already mentioned the scattering and the fulfillment of the curses in the beginning.
Right. And
this is why I showed you James 1 and 1. This is before 70 AD. Acts 2 and 5, before 70 AD. Matthew 28, before 70 AD. The scattering already took place. What you're saying is, Jose, you're wrong. You're wrong. How am I wrong when everybody's agreeing with me?
Because unfortunately, Luke 21, the beginning of Luke 21 tells us that there will be earthquakes, the temple will be destroyed, and then after that, we will flee into the mountains, and then you will be captured by the other nations and spread unto all the other nations until the time of the Gentiles be fulfilled. That is what it says. You could be mad about it. You could be angry about it. That is what it says in order. So you be mad at Christ, not me.
I'm not. I'm mad at your interpretation. That's all I'm mad about.
Read Luke 21.
You just admitted, brother. You just admitted that Christ was talking about the fulfillment of Daniel chapter 9,
which occurred. And
then when I ask you, okay,
yes,
well, go to Daniel chapter 9. What Christ is illustrating. With what Christ is illustrating in Luke chapter 21 is the fulfillment of the book of Daniel,
which happened in 70 AD.
You can't do it. Because what you're now saying,
oh my God, yes, that's what I just
your
did.
Understanding is that Christ is basically getting the prophecy of Daniel wrong. No, he's not.
No, I'm not saying that he's getting the prophecy of Daniel wrong.
The scattering and the curses of Israel falling under the curses all transpired before the temple and the Messiah was basically would be cut off.
No,
nowhere in Daniel's chapter 9, after it says the Messiah will be cut off and that the temple will be destroyed, what is it, like it says 7.5 weeks after, right, that the actual temple will actually be destroyed. Does it mention anything about scattering? That's why I'm saying I don't get how you don't get that. I don't see it. I don't see how you don't get that.
I don't see how you don't get that. Christ gave us a timeline.
Daniel chapter 9, but he in the beginning of Daniel's 9, he's talking about the curses and the scattering and all that. And then at the end of the prophecy, he's now just talking about the Messiah and the actual destruction of the temple. Nothing about a scattering of the people at that point. Why? Because they were already scattered. And then you ask, well, what's the proof? And I already told you the proof. James, Acts, Matthew 28. That's simple. This is why I'm telling you.
Okay.
Show me the prophecy of Christ or them talking about the Israelites coming back from the scattering to then be placed somewhere in Central or South Africa somewhere.
Where
to be scattered again. That's nowhere in the Bible. So then
I just read it for you. Let me read it. Let me read it for you. Let me read it for you again.
South Africa somewhere. Go ahead. Read it for me.
Let me read it for you again.
No. Read me the part where Christ or his disciples talk about them coming back from the
Let me read it for
scattering
you again.
and to be taken to South or Central Africa to be scattered again. Meaning now we're even talking about 1,400 years after 70 AD.
We're talking about 70 AD.
You see what's going on here, brother? I'm asking you about the transatlantic slave trade. You're the one who brought me to Luke, talk about the scattering, as if you're trying to back up these Africans being scattered in the transatlantic slave trade. But yet, even the book that you're reading in Luke is only could be talking about 70 AD, not no damn 1400 AD about the damn transatlantic slave trade. Do you see what's going on?
So, anyways, right. The same thing that happened in Assyria, right? They went to the northern land of Assyria, and they weren't in their land when these curses were happening to them when they were getting.
When they were in the Syrian captivity, where they were once the head and they became the tail. That once they were growing some crops, and that the oppressor. That's what I'm saying. You're adding words to the curses because you're trying to stick up for some stinking Hamites, some Canaanites. This is craziness right now, brother. I will challenge you in any captivity.
Me read.
Show me where the ox was being slain while the northern kingdom was in the Assyrian captivity under Shalmaneser. How they were once the fucking head and became the tail while they were in the stinking land of Assyria.
Okay,
this is happened, brother. You know why? Because the curse is only happening in your land. So stop this nonsense about these things can happen in your enemy's land. But then when I ask you it, you cannot show it. So stop it.
Luke 21, verse. Let's start at verse 20. And when you shall see Jerusalem compassed with armies, then know that the desolation is nigh. Then let them which are in Judea flee to the mountains, let which are in the midst of it depart out, and let not them that are in the countries enter thereinto. For these be the days of vengeance, that all things which are written may be fulfilled. But woe unto them that are with child, and to them that give suck in those days. For there shall be great distress in the land, and wrath upon the people, and they shall fall upon, and they shall fall by the edge of the sword, and shall be led captive into all nations. So this is after the army has encompassed the temple to destroy it.
Okay.
You're saying it's not.
Okay,
it's clear. It's clear.
Let's say I agree with you. Let's say I agree with you. And Chucky, because this is every time I get corrected. Oh, okay, fine. What the fuck does 70 AD have to do with fucking 1400 AD?
Well, because these people had to be.
No, brother. This is why I can't take people like you seriously.
It's because you don't. It's because you don't want to accept it because it destroys your ideology. That's your problem.
I asked you a simple question about,
and I gave you the direct answer.
Slave trade. You brought me to Luke as if this is going to answer the question. To you and Chucky, you guys are fucking retarded.
Right.
It doesn't answer my question.
Time out.
What you guys are talking about?
No. Now you're jumping.
It has nothing to do with
your problem.
My question. You see, I'm jumping. You're saying I'm jumping.
First,
brother,
yes.
Ephraim, brother.
First, your problem.
Ephraim on the comment board is saying this. I've been saying this for years. I asked a simple question.
Your issue.
Oh, Luke. Okay, brother. You're about to get off the show, brother. I have no time to be talking with you Canaanite lovers, brother. Shalom. I got no time for you guys to be talking about stupid shit on my channel, brother. Stupid shit on my channel. And this is the stuff that I keep telling people. These fucking clowns, these fucking demons can never answer the question. They can't. He's actually, well, he's talking about that. And I you heard me. I even said it. Let's say that I'm wrong. Let's say that you're fucking right. You too, Chucky. Let's say that I'm wrong and you guys are right. What does that have to do with 1400 AD about you stinking Canaanites? That's what I'm talking about. You know what I'm saying? Chucky, hop on. Maybe you could answer the question. Show me the prophecy of where Israel came back together, and then it was prophesied that they would be going to fucking stinking ass Africa to be scattered again. You know what I mean? You guys can't do it. You guys are calling Jesus and them a liar, just like Kavad just did. Yeah, James is wrong. Yeah, everybody just heard him say it. After I proved him wrong with James and now, he tried to, it's talking about the 10 tribes, the 10 tribes. No, it didn't. Acts 2 and 5 didn't mention anything about the northern kingdom. It specifically said in Acts 2 and 5, the southern kingdom, the Jews. Stop playing semantics with me.
I mean, semantics. I mean, Kobe basically broke the whole thing down to you. Misery still fighting against it. I don't see what the big deal is. He gave you multiple verses.
Brother, I'm going to ask you the same question. What did he break down for me? So you're telling me that Luke chapter 21 is talking about 14 AD. Is that what you're saying?
It could talk about any. It could talk about any time.
No.
Are you gonna let me answer? Are you gonna? Are you going to let me answer? Like he already explained to you in the verse he read, it goes through all generations. It's not for a specific time. It's for all the generations of the Israelites. That's where you're confused. You're looking for time and space. And this is a spiritual thing that goes through generations wherever they're at.
In Luke 21, brother, you can't show that nowhere in the curses of Deuteronomy 28. That's just like I said, you guys keep adding that shit.
I know.
Okay, hold on. Like I said,
you're looking out of a.
Hold on, brother. According to Luke, like I said, I'll tell you, let's say that I am wrong. But he said that it was talking about the prophecy of Daniel, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, about the destruction of the temple. That occurred where people say 70 AD, or we could say 120 AD, right? Let's say that. Mm-hmm. Again, what does that have to do with 1400 AD? If even in 70 AD, like I said, the curses only happen in your land. Or Chucky, in 70 AD, when Christ made that so-called prophecy, as you guys are saying, right? Were the Jews in their land?
No.
No, they weren't.
Nope.
Where were the Jews in when the temple was destroyed in 70 AD? Where were the Jews then, if not in their land? Where were they at?
They were already scattered.
Thank you, brother. Thank you, brother. They were already scattered. So when Christ tells the people that were in the land of Jerusalem to flee to the mountains, right, for this scattering to happen, where was that? So now you're saying they weren't in the land.
Yeah, I'm saying those Jews you're speaking about weren't in the land. Because that was in
the land, right? They were in the land, right?
What, during Jesus's time?
Yes. Were there Jews in Judea in the time of Jesus?
No, because you can see, because Jesus said, I come to call sinners to repentance. I don't come to the righteous. So you already know the righteous people were somewhere else that were not in Israel.
Okay, so when Jesus says that he was in the temple, in the synagogue, and taught the Jews, so you're telling me that the temple that Jesus was in was not in the land of Jerusalem amongst other Jews. That's what you're saying?
No, I'm saying it's in Jerusalem around the European converts.
So you're saying that the people that Jesus was teaching were converts, not actual Jews.
Yep.
You hear this, everybody. You hear this. This is what I'm saying. This is like retarded theology.
How is it retarded? So, I mean, all right. Misery. Did they call Jesus rabbi? Did they call Jesus rabbi? I asked you two questions. You said it's rubbish. Let me, because you're claiming that what I said was rubbish now. So let me ask you two things. Did they call Jesus rabbi?
I believe so.
All right. Who created that word, rabbi? That's not an Israelite word. That's not a Hebrew word. Who made that word up, rabbi?
Brother, you can read that.
Answer the question. Who made that word up?
That's all coming to what you call the oral law, or we call the Talmud. And the Talmud.
Also, the European Jewish people made up the word rabbi. So since they're calling, since no one else uses the word rabbi, you can tell since they're calling Jesus rabbi that he's surrounded by a bunch.
You're not going to overtalk me on my own show. You asked a question. I'm going to answer your question. So you said, well, were they calling that? Where did they get that from? Brother, the actual Talmud and things of that nature were actually written by Jewish people, or what you call Israelites, not converts. Converts
No, it
did not
wasn't.
write the Talmud or the
Yes,
Mishnah.
they did. Yes,
Okay,
they did. Yes, they
brother,
did.
I challenge
Yes,
you
they
right now.
did.
Matter of fact, let's go. I'll Google it right now. Let's go find out which one of us is a liar. I'm gonna put it on the
Google
screen.
can't show you nothing.
In my show, we prove things here. We don't talk shit out our ass.
You don't prove anything. Google, because Google ain't proving nothing in this world. That's something made by a man. So I don't see what Google gonna prove. Like I say, the Bible say, "He who trusted in devices." You trust in devices. I trust in the Lord. There were no Israelites in the land during Jesus' time. Jesus said, "I come to call the sinners to repentance. I don't come to the righteous." Letting you know there were no righteous people. There were no Israelites in the land. They called him rabbi. Letting you know that's why they killed him in the first place, because they weren't the real Israelites. There were a bunch of converts. Like, Jerusalem was already conquered by Rome and it was already taken over. And all the Israelites were already scattered. So I don't see how you think that was Israel that Jesus is talking to. Jesus, like he said himself, he's talking to another people of another time. Like he said, if my kingdom was of this time, the people would fight for me. But since y'all not fighting, obviously my kingdom is not of this world.
Okay, cool. I'm gonna share my screen. So when you said that this whole rabbi thing was like a new thing, no, this is these titles existed before even Jesus. Oh, Joe mio. Like I said, easy Google search will teach you these things.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
What does it
Can you
say?
make it bigger? It says, yes, the Talmud was written by Jewish sages and rabbis between 200 and 500
Exactly.
BC.
Exactly.
This is before Jesus Christ was even born.
Sir. No one's talking about the date that a European converted. Nobody's talking about that if they converted before or after Jesus. Nobody's talking about that. So I know what you talk about. This is before Jesus was born. I'm talking about that it is European converts in the land at this time. And you're proving it right now because you're going before Jesus' time and showing there were rabbis in Talmud already. So you're showing even before that time, there was already European converts in the land. So you're proving my point.
Talmud was written by Jews.
European Jews. They just told you.
Where
They're using the word go. So show the people who created the word rabbi then. Easy search. Show the people who created the word rabbi, because it said it's created by rabbis. It's created by rabbis. Show the people where the word rabbi comes from and who created it.
The Mishnah was written by Rabbi Judah the Prince.
Google who created the word rabbi. And if it says a European Jew, there you have all of your proof. Every time you see that word rabbi, you know it is converts.
It says nobody created the word, but it was a title developed in the first century CE. It emerged amongst Jewish scholars, known as the Pharisees. Known as the Pharisees, who identified
the same European Jew converts, the Pharisees, exactly the same people around Jesus Christ in the land at the time. Like I told you, they're European converts, the same Jewish scholars, the same Pharisees.
Chucky, nowhere.
The Pharisees.
Nowhere does it say any of the nonsense you just said about some damn European converts. We did not read anything about some. You're saying that yourself.
Hold on. So did it use the word Jewish? Yes or no?
Oh my gosh.
Yes or no? Stop saying yes or. Did it use the word Jewish? Reread that again, please. Because I thought you said Jewish. I thought you said Jewish scholars. That's what you said, right? Because once you say, once you put the, all right. Yes, so once you put the ish after it, you're talking about European converts. Don't play with me, misery. You know that.
Oh my God.
You know when you say Jewish, you know Hebrews are Jews. You know Israelites are Jews. Then you know they never call themselves Jewish. You know ish means you're like something. You know that. You know that it's convert talk. Stop playing. That's why once it says Jewish scholars, you know it. Like I said, they created it. So every time you see the word rabbi, you know who is around. European converts. And then you just read the verse that showed even before Jesus' time, the European converts was in the land, writing the Talmud and having Jewish scholars calling rabbis, even before Jesus' Jewish times. So you're proving my point. The Israelites were already scattered way before Jesus, and the Europeans converts then came and took the land.
Thank you for saying that. See, that's what I'm saying. And again, and you don't understand how you guys are keep shooting yourself in the foot when you guys
I'm not shooting nothing.
admit it. Yes, you are. When you guys said they were already scattered. So what does 1400 AD have to do with anything?
Because it rolls through generations. You must understand that it rolls through generations and it rolls through whatever land you're in. Just like you was asking a minute ago. You was asking, huh?
What's a generation?
Any generation. Any generation of Israelites.
What's a generation?
What do you mean? What's a generation? What do you mean?
Yeah, you said that it happens to us throughout the generations. So what is a generation?
What do you mean? What's a generation? Do you know a generation is people? People. A time of people being born. That's a generation.
Okay, then. So prior to 1400 AD, show me the other generations that were scattered from whatever you want to say, 70 AD. Again, that's 1,400 years. Where in between that gap do we see multiple scattering of people?
There's no records for that gap because the Europeans can. Are you saying thank you? Because the Europeans came and robbed and pillaged Africa. I mean, y'all ask all these ridiculous questions and act like y'all don't know what happened to Africa. Like y'all don't know. Like, hold on. Y'all ask questions about a missing time, knowing the Europeans came to Africa, robbed, pillaged, and 90% of the artifacts that you're testify of are in European museums. They're not even looking at them to see what it says because they know what it says. They know it's going to rewrite history when they look at all those artifacts. So please don't tell me about what a European is saying. European is playing a mind game with y'all. He's showing y'all 10% of what he's found, and y'all are using it like it's facts out in real life. I know myself.
Well, how do you know? Okay, so other than going to European knowledge, how do you know that your transatlantic slave trade ever even occurred, if not going to the Europeans for it?
Because it's written in the Bible.
No, I'm talking about in your history.
Because it's written in the Bible.
No, you're saying, brother, you're saying we can't go by white man this, white man that. So now when I ask you, well, how do you know that the 1400 transatlantic slave trade took place? How do you know that?
Because it's Black people history, man. We actually went through it. So
all the history you guys learn from the Europeans.
Okay, so once again, I'm gonna tell you, we taught our children and kept our oral history because we're Africans. We don't listen to the Europeans, so that's how we know it's a fact. We know that we came from Africa. We know this is a foreign land. We didn't pop up over here. So yes, slavery.
It's funny that you guys recorded. Say this, but yet we see other Negroes like yourself, or I'm gonna say like yourself because you're from the islands, but from the Americans saying that no, the transatlantic slave trade never happened. That is European propaganda. That no, we're actually the actual natives of this land. You have many different movements. You have the Moors who denied the transatlantic slave trade. You have these Aboriginal African Americans that deny this African slave trade, and many others. So again, I asked you the question, well, how do you know the transatlantic slave trade transpired? The only thing you can really go to, because they weren't allowing Negroes to write back in those days, right? So you really don't have written history on that, right? Right? Well, you have to rely on who? Your slave master to determine about the slave ports that they picked you up from, to the slave ports that they even dropped you guys off over here throughout the Americas. All that knowledge comes from the Europeans, correct?
Nah, because it's the thing. I mean, the Europeans handed out education, but like God say, He gives you a spirit of discernment. I mean, it's your experience as a Black person that should let you know what it is. Like Christ say, you got to have root in yourself. You gotta have a person to be a confident person and know that you're Black and know what you went through. You can't listen to nobody else because can't nobody tell you your story but you. It's only your experience that's gonna let you know this. That's why everybody else is confused because they haven't had the Black experience. If they had the Black experience, they can easily say, "Oh, we are the people from the Bible," but they won't say that. You feel me? Because everybody wants to claim that without the experience. We went through 400 years of our body literally being the same as Christ, going through the same things as Christ. He got hung on a tree. We went through 400 years of being hung on trees as our body being the same as Christ. So after 400 years of our blood being spilled, it would be a good thing for God to show us everlasting life and mercy. People don't understand this thing. People are claiming that they're going to receive heaven and everlasting life, and they've gone through nothing to deserve it. It's a funny thing because you're basically calling God unrighteous then. And you get an everlasting life over people who have suffered way more than you.
Many Irish, many Asians, and things of that nature were also hung on poles and things of that nature.
Not like black people. Y'all can make as much comparisons as you want to. It does not compare.
Okay, brother. Okay. Now, if you want to talk about comparisons, Native Americans were hanged more than so-called Negro people. Okay, the biggest massacre on U.S. soil of basically of hanging of a people was Native Americans under Abraham Lincoln. When I believe it was like 47 Native Americans were hanged all in one basically account. Because they were caught off the reservations, right? Then we also see that when the Europeans, not the Europeans, the Spaniards specifically, when they went to Arawak and Taino territory, that they would hang us natives 12 at a time to represent their 12 apostleship. Like, let me see. I even have books. Let me see if these books. I know I have books that actually show drawings of it. Of Bartolome de la Casa, showing you how they would hang what you would call so-called Puerto Rican people that we call Puerto Rican people today. They used to hang us 12 at a time in different occasions.
Yeah, I know everybody went through their time of struggle, but that's the thing with everybody's time of struggle. Because you look at today, everybody done gave up. Everybody done curled to the white man. You feel me? The Native Americans, they live tax-free. They live on reservations. They have casinos. Everybody's living lovely. You feel me? They work for the white man now. The Puerto Rican, the white man did all type of atrocities over there in Puerto Rico, and they sold them off by making them American citizens. You feel me? Everybody's working for the white man. So the atrocities that everybody went through, everybody went through them, but everybody curved their ways. Everybody curved their way and started working for the white man, while the black man is still here suffering because he won't bow to the white man. He's the only one that hasn't bowed yet.
You're saying that Native Americans have casinos and all the other stuff. Brother, you have Jamaicans and everything. You guys have your own armies. You guys have your own bankings. You guys have your own
money. No, we don't. Jamaica is a laundering place, a money laundering place for America, bro.
Brother, and again, brother, you're getting my channel confused with Wavy's channel. We're not going to do this. Okay, about this over talking shit. This is not going to transpire here. I let you say what you wanted to say about the casino shit. I even walked away because I say so you can say what the hell you need to say. You're not going to keep interrupting me when the opposition comes.
Opposition for what?
You guys have your own money, your own banking systems, and things of that nature.
Show me that.
You guys have you guys get paid millions of dollars for dribbling a basketball, for throwing a damn football. You have Oprah Winfrey, who is the richest black woman, a black person that's a woman on U.S. soil. You guys have more banks, have more mayors, governors, police chiefs than the so-called natives of this land. Stop playing these games. You guys have more representation.
I'll ask you one question.
Than we do.
I'll ask you one question.
The book of Psalms 83 talks about thy hidden ones, that these nations want to take your, to make you guys forget who you are. The key word there is hidden. And you just admitted it. When you're saying that, the black man goes through all the struggles, you guys had your little civil rights movements. You guys have your Martin Luther Kings, your Malcolm X's, your Al Sharptons. You guys have these guys in your Supreme Court. We even had a fucking black president. Okay. But the scripture says thy hidden ones, that they're trying to hide it. This is why you don't see that many Native American politicians, presidents, or any of this stuff. Because we are the real, true hidden people that are suffering.
It's not
Native Americans stay on reservations getting hosed, right? Just like you guys were getting hosed in the 60s, right? Even to this day, our people are still getting hosed. They're still getting hosed, getting dogs sicked on them, just like we see pictures back of you guys of the 60s and 70s of how the white man and the policeman were sicking the dogs after you. Why is it that we still seeing it transpiring to us natives on our land when all we're doing is fighting for rivers, lands, and things of that nature? These things have been transpiring to our people. Do you see the news? Do you see the Al Sharptons talking about how dare y'all treat our brothers and sisters like this? We don't see none of that. Anybody sticking up for so-called natives or natives' rights in this land. Right now, you have blacks, whites, all different type of all these different nations hand in hand talking about putting these people in borders. Oh, you guys, we gotta build a wall. They're not talking about building a wall to keep Africans out of this land. They're not talking about building a wall to keep freaking Canadians or Chinese or Japanese people out of this land. So don't, like I said, don't even try to compare this atrocities or the bad things that are happening to our people, because our things are still happening and nobody's speaking upon it, because we are the hidden ones that the Bible actually talks about.
But that's what I mean. There is no comparison, because, like I say, y'all have gotten recompense. No matter what you've gone through, y'all have reservations. Like I said, y'all get tax free. Y'all don't pay taxes. Let me talk now. Y'all don't pay taxes. You feel me? Y'all have casinos built on your land that y'all get most of the profit from. Like how I'm from Hollywood, Florida, where all this we have a little reservation right there in Hollywood. I know what time it is with the Indians, man. So don't try to act like y'all are some victims, like y'all still going through this. No, black people are living in hoods. Black people are living in poverty, sir. Not Indians. Are Indians living in poverty in America?
Yes,
are Indians living in poverty?
Of course they are. Of course
Stop
they are.
lying, bro. Stop it.
Okay, hold on.
And let me just answer your hidden ones. Your hidden ones agenda. The hidden ones are those who serve God. They're not just black people. They're the ones who serve God. They're the ones that's hidden. So it's not just black people. So when you see black people out there doing what they do, they're out here fighting for humanity. They're not just for black people. Because you talk about civil rights, but a lot more rights came for other people than black people during civil rights. We weren't just fighting for black people. Because when we fight for ourselves, we usually fight for all of humanity and not just for black people, unlike other people.
Okay. That's false. You guys don't give a damn about other people. You guys only care about yourselves. But I'm going to share my screen.
So women didn't get rights in the civil rights?
We're going to find out. You guys.
Women didn't get rights in the civil rights? They didn't get all their rights in the civil rights as well.
Hold on. Let's find out. Let's find out who's suffering. Everybody can see on the screen. It says the U.S. employment rate for Black African Americans is only 6.6%. You see that? In all of America. That's your unemployment rate.
You believe that? You believe that?
Now, hold on.
You're really not black if you believe that, bro.
Let's do Native American. Mr. They own casinos. Okay. Well, let me see. Hispanics. Let me see. Hold on. Why I got many things on here?
Y'all done got recompense, man. You can say what you want to say, but y'all living on reservations. Y'all did tax free, man. I mean, y'all got weaponry, man.
White man who fought a war. Sure, you had the white man that fought a war for you guys called the Civil War, where they fought and where 100 and what was it, like almost 200,000 white people died so that black people could be considered American citizens. What are you talking about? Stop it, brother. Stop it. It's a ridiculous argument.
What do I got to do with anything, man? We still here in poverty. The reality today shows what it is, because we don't know all these people that was talking about, oh, we went through this, we went through that, yeah. But like, y'all not going through that shit no more. And like, the government and these white people done paid y'all and made laws and did all types of shit to recompense y'all for y'all suffering. That shit hasn't happened for my people. And can't none of y'all say that's a lie. So y'all, like I
What are you
said
talking
once
about?
again, there's no
I already.
comparing because y'all
Yes,
pain and
there is. You're
suffering,
right.
y'all pain and
There is.
suffering been over.
There,
Y'all pain and
there
suffering been
is.
over. So there's no comparison.
There is none. You guys have a thing called affirmative action, where the government is allowing blacks to go into colleges and get jobs that they don't even deserve, all because of the color of their skin. No other race of people can make such a boast. There is no movement
Hold
that they have to hire natives or hire Japanese or hire any other person over the so-called oppressors, like you're saying. But they make
Misery.
rules for you guys who are unqualified, who don't deserve to be in Yale and
Mm-hmm.
Stanford and all of these colleges.
Mm-hmm.
But the only reason why you're going there is because of
Mm-hmm.
the color of your skin, which is
All right.
way better than any other ethnic group on this planet.
So isn't that you see, you think that's way better. That's bullshit to me though. Isn't that weird? You think that's a good thing that you make unqualified black people go into spaces that they're not qualified to go? What good does that do for my race? You feel me? Y'all think that shit like that is good things. This is evil things that these white people are doing to black people and making it seem like it's something good. But I'm not fooled because you putting an unqualified person into a space they don't deserve. That's not something good for my people.
Give me an example.
I mean, education. If you can't do a job, if you're not qualified to do a job, I mean, how are you going to do the job? It's common sense.
Exactly, brother. Brother,
Exactly. So how is that going to be a good thing? So how is it going to be a good thing? So how is it going to be a good thing giving an unqualified person a job based on the color of their skin? That's bullshit. It does nothing good for our people.
You're right, and brother, and that only exists for you guys. Affirmative action,
and it's
brother,
nothing
right
good.
now, brother,
And it's nothing good. That's my point. It's nothing good though. You can't say that's something good,
brother. Right now, you have Asians or whatever the case may be. They're complaining because you have African Americans that are going to colleges for these fields, basically to be doctors or whatever the case may be. When we know that these Asians they have higher test scores and they will make better doctors than these so-called African Americans that are going to these schools only because of the color of their skin. They don't deserve it, Chucky. They don't. It's unfair. It's unfair for an Asian or East Indian man or whatever, any other race person who was doing academically better than another race, but yet the other race is getting that position over them only because of the color of their skin. That's fucked up. That's what I'm talking about. There's specific laws. So when you say things about casinos and people get this, I already told you the Civil War. That's what the Europeans they showed their. That's why they gave you guys your reparations by them spilling their own blood.
Hell no, man. This
Fight
ain't
for
no
your people.
reparations,
Hold on,
man.
brother. To fight for your people, brother. And you guys want to talk about the civil rights shit? In order for laws to get passed, people have to vote these laws to come into play. So when you talk about these civil rights, it was white people who voted, yes, we want these Africans to now sit with us, whatever the case may be, whatever laws they put in play. It was voted in by white people. Why? Because we live in a thing called democracy where things get voted in. So the white man, yes, they voted for you guys to have these laws. Not only did they vote for this equality for you people, now they even came up with a system called affirmative action, which now puts you people even over them and other races only because of the color of your skin. Not because of the sweat of your eyebrow, not because of your hard work or any of that. Simply because of the color of your skin. How is it fair? Like I said, if I was an Asian person who my kid has a 4.0 GPA, never got anything less than an A minus throughout his whole high school career, then he now applies for Stanford to become a doctor, and they tell him, sorry, but we're letting LaQuisha, who had a B plus, who had a 3.8 average, we're going to put her in our school and take your place. How is that fair?
I don't know if you heard
what has been transpiring, Chucky. So yes, there has been plenty of times where you guys are being bigged up.
So I don't know if you heard what I said, Misery. I said, yeah, that's what's been transpiring, and it's not a good thing.
Exactly.
That's what I said.
So don't
exactly.
say that.
So you can't use it. You can't use it as a thing that
there it is, brother. This is why you guys are making millions of dollars.
No, we're making millions of dollars so we can be entranced to stay here because we're the children of God. So we don't wake the fuck up. Because as long as the children of God don't know they're the children of God, the devil can stay in charge. That's why. So we're getting paid millions of dollars to go into the same Roman Colosseum and entertain anybody for some fake fucking money, just a piece of paper, because they print it out in a fucking building. All of this is just a fucking illusion from these Europeans. I'm not fooled, man, because you have to understand, Misery. Before World War I and World War II, bloodlines ran the world. There were kings, there were emperors and empresses of the world, of every nation. After America came to play with these wars and the devil, now there's democracy and all these politics and governments and all this bullshit. You feel me? America is leading the way with all this bullshit, man. And the only reason is so focused on black people, that's only 15% of its population, is because that's the only way it gets to stay in charge, is to keep these people who they took out of the motherland. Everybody know this is the motherland, Africa. So you should know that these are the children of the Father. Let's take them out of their land, and now we rule the world. And as long as we keep them captive, we get to rule the world.
So out of all the Africans, so you're telling me that more black Africans were taken out of Africa than black Africans that live in Africa today?
No.
Who has more in number? You African Americans over here, or the Africans that are on the continent of Africa today?
I'm not saying that.
No, I'm asking you.
Oh, more. Do you know how big Africa is?
Exactly. So
that's what I'm saying. That's what you saying.
I want to hear your logic. You're saying that the Europeans take these black people out of the motherland and as if they're not, like, I would say, let's say out of all the black people, they took, let's say 3%, which is what would represent you people over here on this side. But you still have 97% of so-called black Africans still in the motherland. Why aren't they ruling? If 90% of people that are still in the motherland, why aren't they ruling the world like you guys claim?
Because they took out the ruling class. They took out the royalty.
So you're saying the 3% was the ruling class, which is you Negroes?
Yes, it was the spiritual class that actually held the continent together. Yes, that's what they took out. They took the ruling class out. They took the royalty out. That's why you see black Americans over here. They're fighting. They're like, oh, I'm from Kemet. I'm from Kemet. I must be from here, because they have it in their soul to know. Oh, I was the ruling class over in Africa. I wasn't nothing they taught me in school. That I was somebody.
Was Selassie taken out of Africa like you guys were?
No,
he was an emperor, right?
Yes, it was the last one. After all the
do you not see how you're double talking? You're saying
no,
they took
I don't.
The ruling class. No, brother. You're saying they took out the ruling class, which was your 3%, but yet you claim that Selassie is the king of all kings. Okay,
yes,
and stuff like that, and that these people were dwelling there for. He had lineage, right? He had a grandfather, great grandfather, and there were all these kings and stuff like that. They have been in the land, and Africa hasn't been shit for centuries, even when they were in the land. So, what royalty, according to your own doctrine, this is what I'm saying. This is craziness. So you're even saying the stuff that you're saying right now. That you're saying that they took the royalty out, but the biggest royalty of all time was still in Africa.
Yes.
And
that's what God said. God said, I'm gonna leave you. I'm gonna leave you.
Royalties other than Selassie out of the whole continent. Are there other emperors and queens that are there today, or even in the past, before the transatlantic slave trade, or after the Atlantic slave trade happened?
That you would consider God? Not that you would consider
just royalty. Royalty.
Yes.
I'm talking about other people.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Then. Okay. So again, the 97%, which now, since they're the 97%, means the royalty represents way more than that little tiny.
No, it doesn't.
Because there's still a whole bunch of royalties all throughout the whole continent of Africa.
But the real royalty wasn't there, because just like you see, the country was no, because he's the ultimate royalty, and he did what he had to do at the time in the horn, because like God said, I'm gonna leave you a horn of salvation. That's what that's called, the horn of Africa. You feel me? I'm not gonna let the Bible says I'm not gonna let the heathen completely take over your land. I'm gonna leave you a remnant so you can remember yourself.
Oh,
So
so
when
a
I tell
remnant
you,
of the
so when I
land.
tell you, so when I tell you there's a horn, and I tell you there's a small percentage of the royalty that got taken out, that's one person that got left there so we can remember ourselves. All the people who got taken
Oh,
out,
okay.
because the people
So
who got
according
taken
to
out are the people who
so
were
can
running
you
the
name that
land. That's
royalty?
why
Can
they
you
so
know?
easily were
Can you
able to
name that
come in
royalty?
and rule the land and fool everybody else, because everybody else was citizens.
Can you name the king that was taken with you on the transatlantic slave trade over here?
No, of course not, man.
But brother, according to Deuteronomy 28, it says that
Mm-hmm.
it says that you and the king with you shall be taken to this land over here.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, then.
Oh,
But who's your
if
king?
you talk about that king, then you must be talking about Charles Emmanuel Edwards, then the
Who's
high
that?
priest, the high priest,
Who is that?
the high priest, the high priest of the Boba Shanti order. Melchizedek, the angel Michael, Moses, the Black Christ.
Are you saying that he was taken on the transatlantic slave trade?
He's over here. He was in Jamaica.
No, brother. Was he taken to the transatlantic slave trade?
Yes, he was over here. He's an African that was born over here in the West. Yes.
He was an African that was born in the West. You heard what he said.
Yes,
He
so
was
he was
born in the West.
taken
He
over
wasn't
here
born
in
in
the
the East.
transatlantic
He
slave
wasn't
trade because
born. He
we were
wasn't
not
born.
meant to
Brother,
be
you just
over here,
you just
sir.
debunked
So don't
yourself.
be
You
stupid.
debunked
We were meant
yourself.
to be over here. So
You
everybody
just
who were born
debunked
over here
yourself.
got
You're
taken
saying
over
that he
here.
was born
That's why I said,
over
if you're
here
not
in the
black, you're not
Americas.
going to
I
understand.
didn't ask you that,
You're
Chucky. I
not going to
said,
understand if you're not
who
black,
was the
because
king
we're
that
not
was
from
taken
here.
from
All of us
Africa to
got taken.
over?
All of us got taken. All of us, sir, because we're not from here. All of us who are born
Brother,
in the
I didn't
West,
ask
we got
that.
taken from
Brother,
our homeland because we're not
I
from here.
understand that.
All
That's
of
great.
us.
The Deuteronomy does not say that your king's going to be born in some foreign land. Okay, that's what I'm saying. You're adding things to the text.
I'm not adding nothing. You making
I
stuff up. It
said,
says the king who is with you. That's what it says. And I just answered you who the king.
I already told you. You're not going to overtalk me on my own damn show, brother. You're crazy. I already told you. This is not happening. I asked you a simple question. According to Deuteronomy 28, because it's happening in your land, and you're claiming that Africa is your motherland. What king came over here with the slaves? You can't answer it.
Charles Emmanuel Edwards.
Your answer, and again, you're not going to, I already told you.
Same answer I just gave you.
Okay. Your answer was a guy that was born, brother, you say he was born over here in the West. He wasn't born in Africa. He wasn't a part of the transatlantic slave trade.
Show me where it says he's going to be born in Africa.
Okay,
show me the verse that says he's supposed to be born in Africa.
That's what Deuteronomy 28 says.
Show me the verse where it says he's supposed to be born in Africa. That's what it says? Africa?
These happened in your land, and that will be taken to foreign land.
That's not what the verse says.
The person that you're talking.
Read the verse.
I'm going to read the verse. Of course I am.
You're acting like I'm making presumptions, but you're making presumptions. You're making presumptions, though.
You're adding maths. You're adding everything to the scripture. And it says, the Lord will drive you and the king that you have set over you to a nation unknown. So
exactly.
You're traveling from Africa to this nation, which you're saying he was born in Jamaica, whatever the fuck she just said.
An unknown nation, yes. Exactly.
You just said he was born here. Not
exactly.
In Africa.
In an unknown nation. Exactly.
No. Okay, brother. All right. I'm gonna say shalom, brothers, to the sisters. Because like I said, I got no time to be arguing with people that just they're just fucking retarded, man. Like, this is fucking retarded shit. Like I said, this is just fucking retarded shit.
How was it retarded? You wanted to go your way, bro, and you don't want to listen to nobody else's point of view.
No, your point of view is anti-scripture. This is why I keep telling you, the curse of the Deuteronomy talks about these curses happening in your land. So in order for this person that you're talking about, and you're claiming that Africa, the mother is the motherland and the land of Israel, the person that you're claiming had to have been taken from Africa in the 1400s with the slaves to your island. What you just said, brother, what you just said was that the person that whatever his name was born in
Mhm.
Jamaica, and that he
Mhm.
was a so-called whatever high priest, whatever the
Mhm.
nonsense that you were saying. Okay,
Mhm.
that was what I'm saying. That is not a part of the curses. The
All right.
individual that you're talking about, because that's what it says. It says you and your king. First of all,
Mhm.
Haile Selassie is your king.
Mhm.
Okay, his lineage was never taking over here in the transatlantic slave trade.
Mhm.
According to you, his lineage. You said it was like 200 and something people going back to Queen Sheba,
Mhm.
right? They have been dwelling on what you're called the land of Ethiopia or the land of Cush.
Mhm.
According to Deuteronomy, somebody, according to King Halassi's lineage in the 1400s, should have came as a slave with the rest of the people of that 3%, as you calling yourself, not the 97%, but the
Mhm.
3% that came in the transatlantic slave trade. But yet, no one from King Halassi's lineage ever came here with the slaves. They have always been there, even until Selassie, who died in 1970 or 80 something. Okay, that never transpired. Okay,
How
so it's
would
not
you?
about me having it my way. All I'm doing is reading what the scripture says, and what you're saying doesn't match what the scripture says. And you need
How?
to realize and just humble yourself and be like, you know what, Jose, you're making a great point because the
Okay.
scripture
Well,
just said that
answer
these
this,
people.
then, Jose. How would you know if that transpired? Yes or no? For you to come here and just say that's a fact that that didn't transpire. How would you know that?
Be, um, according, I just explained it to you. According to you, King Halassi is the king of Judah, and he and his lineage, over 200 and something lineages, have been ruling the land of Cush or over there in Africa, right?
Yes.
Okay, then. So, according to Deuteronomy 28, if you're trying to tie in the people that came in from Africa to the curses, according to Deuteronomy 28, your king should have came here with you,
That wouldn't be
which
the
is
case.
one of, according to you, should have been one of King Halassi's ancestor.
No, that's the
That's
presumptuous thing
simple.
that you're that's the presumptuous thing that you're
Brother, that's
making
not
that it
brother. That's
must be.
brother.
Yes
I
it
just
is
read it for you. It
because
says that you and your
I
king,
understand it. But
according to you, your king is from
what you're
Selassie.
saying is that it must be one of his lineage because it says that. That's not what it says though.
Shalom,
It doesn't say it has to
Jermaine.
be his
300
lineage.
Lou.
Yo, what's up, guys? How you guys
How
doing
you
today?
doing? Blessed, blessed.
Oh yeah. Well, what were we arguing about? The gods? The
Yes, the
gods?
gods.
Mm, I'm better than a god,
Yeah. What
and
are
I
you then?
believe that.
What are you?
I'm a demon.
Demon. Oh
Everybody that ever comes across me, bad shit happens to them
yeah. Well shit, most people are demons, they just don't know it.
without me trying. So I was at work on Friday. I was at work, and then this girl was giving me attitude, right? My coworker. And then at the end of the shift, she lost her car keys. And I was laughing at that bitch for giving me attitude. Doesn't that how karma works? Is that how karma works?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah. I don't wish nothing on people, but that shit just happens. The fucking world and gods and the gods and whatever, that shit just makes it happen. That's why you always got to be respectful to the person next to you, no matter who they are or where they came from. This karma is real. You know, karma's more real than Jesus Christ himself. You know that, right? Fucking bitches. I'm
And what
better.
and
I'm
what makes
better than you guys. Hey, misery. I'm better than you too. So
in what way?
I'm overall just better
In what way?
because I'm a man. I have my own. I own stuff. Do you own stuff, misery?
Of course I do.
What do you own, Misery? What is
Uh,
it that you own that makes you better than me?
I own a house. I own property. I own vehicles, beautiful vehicles. Chucky could to attest to it. You know what I'm saying? I might have a beautiful wife, beautiful children. What do you have that you would claim
Mm.
is better than that?
Oh, I have skills. I don't have things. I just have skills. I could do things better. I could do plumbing. I could do mechanic. I could do
Oh, oh,
I
I can
could
do mechanics.
fucking
I
build a
do
whole
mechanics.
house. I could build your house better than the house you bought for cheaper.
Well, I would doubt that you can build
Yeah,
it.
I could build it better.
I'm very sure that the company that you work for can probably build a house.
I don't
It-
work for a company. They work for me. You see what I'm saying?
and
You
what
own stuff and you think you're better. I work on stuff and know how to do stuff
and
better than
so
you
do I. And so do
overall.
I. How do you think I make a living?
No, you were just
In
saying I
order for
own
you,
nice car.
in order for you,
I
well,
own
brother,
a nice car. I own a nice house. You just own it. You
I
never
wasn't
built
like
the
you,
house.
who's probably given things. You know
I
what I'm
built the
saying?
house. I'm a farmer. You're not even a
Oh,
farmer, dog.
oh,
I
you're a
own a
farmer.
farm. I own a whole
So
farm.
you're a farmer.
I go feed
You're
my
a
cattle. I
construction.
go feed my chickens. I'm a farmer. You're a loser, dog. You're like in the system. You're like, I own a car. I own a nice house. Nigga, I built that shit. Me.
Yeah,
I'm
you.
better than you. I'm a farmer, dog. You're just a city worker. You're just a normal person in the
So
United States.
yeah, where are you from?
Oh, I'm from Mexico.
Oh, you're in Mexico. So yes, I am better than you.
I'm in Mexico and I speak English. Fluent
My
English.
currency alone, sir, is worth more than your assets. So that little
Oh, yeah?
farm, hold on, that little farm that you got and the houses that you built, sir, you know what I'm saying? That's probably worth one of my trucks, sir. What are you talking about? My truck probably costs more than your
Oh,
house. It
your
costs
truck is
more
better than my truck.
than your farm. Because I
Your
know
truck is better than my truck.
last time
Oh,
I checked, when it comes to the
oh.
U.S. dollar compared to Mexico, is you guys are like very insignificant. So the money that you have, sir, and the money that's in my bank account, I would be a millionaire over there in Mexico. So, sir,
But you're
yes, I
not.
am better.
You're
I am
going
way
bald in
better than you in that
America. You got a
aspect
bald
because
spot
I
in
can take my
America, but you're
currency,
not.
I can sell my house, I can take my currency, and I can live like a king in
No,
a
you can't because
third.
you
I
have
can live like
kids. You
a
have a
king,
family to
like a
feed.
in a
You
third
can't
world
just leave it
country
all.
that you descend from,
You're
sir.
lying, bro.
So there
You
you
can't just
are. There
leave.
you go, sir.
You're attached to
Your
something.
company
You're you're
does
you're
not
locked in.
accumulate the money
That's it,
that
bro.
we make over here. So how
I'm
are
a
you
free
better?
spirit. I'm
That's
a
like
free
that's
spirit.
like
If I
that's like
want to leave right now, I can leave.
that's
You can't, bro. You can't. You got people
well,
to
you can. Yeah,
oblige you.
anybody can leave.
No,
Anybody that
you
has
can't.
anybody.
No, you
We can
can't.
leave.
Bet you
Yeah, we
can't.
have
Bet you
freedoms.
won't leave right now. Bet you can't go
Right
outside.
now, you know what we don't have?
Bet you can't.
We don't have cartels. I'm very sure you and your family be running, tucking your tails when the cartels be rolling by, because you know
We're
that they
not
will
tucking
chop
the
your
tail.
little
We're
head off.
showing the
They
tail.
will chop your little head off, and El Chapo and them will chop that
Or
little head off of
you
yours
talking to me
and
like
stuff like
this will
that.
get your head chopped
Unlike
off.
that,
You just
see that
talking like
exactly,
this,
but
you
you
will
know
get
what?
necked.
Not over here in America. Over here
You'll
in
get
America,
necked.
we have a
That's why
thing called
stay there.
we have a
Stay
thing
there.
called freedom of
Comfortable. Stay
speech.
there,
We
homie.
don't have to worry
You
about
need to stay there.
cartels, and we don't have to worry about
Yeah,
prostitution
and
being legalized, and we
retarded
don't have
people
to
need to
worry
be
about
there like you.
starving
Just like you.
and worrying about where my family is gonna get
Just
their
like
next
you.
meal from
Stay
and
there,
things of
bro.
that nature. You know what I
You're the
mean?
reason
You see what I'm
why
saying?
you're the reason why people get
How much is
killed.
your house worth? How much is your house
How much
worth?
is why would I tell you how much is my house
Because you
worth?
know what I'm going to do. I'm going to
Because
compare
I
it to
built it
American dollars.
myself. It
I'm going
costs
to.
zero money.
There you go.
It
There
costs
you
zero
go.
money to
There
build
you
my
go.
brick mansion in my farm.
How are you richer than me? That's what I'm saying. You're
I have a whole
no
big ass
brother. You're a
farm with donkeys
nobody.
and chickens and
You're
horses.
a nobody.
What do
That's
you
the whole point.
mean?
How can a person from a third world country could talk about
I have
anybody
a
from
Honda
America?
CRV.
You don't have nothing.
You're
Sir.
tripping.
You say, brother, you have
I
chickens.
have a Honda
You have chickens.
CRV.
You have chickens. That's what you have. Okay.
I have chickens that lay eggs and I eat them for breakfast.
You have chickens, sir. That's what you have, sir. So now let's talk about this whole karma thing that you're talking about. You said karma is better than Jesus, right? That's what you said.
I'm better than karma.
Let me ask you this, sir. Your abuela and your abuelo.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Do they worship Jesus?
Yeah, they're Catholics.
They're Catholics, right? So now I find it funny that you come on live talking this nonsense, but you would never
I'm not talking
disrespect.
Nonsense.
You would
I'm
never
pure facts.
You would never disrespect your abuela and your
yes, I would.
And tell them, oh, F Jesus, and I'm better than Jesus. You would never tell your grandparents
I'm
that.
I'm going to call her right now and tell her.
I guarantee you, your
I'll
mother.
call her right now on stream and tell her.
I guarantee you, your
I'll
mother.
call her right now and I'll tell her.
I guarantee you, your mother and your father worship Jesus also. Your cousins, your nephews, everybody that you probably hold dear to love Jesus.
Now
okay?
they hate Jesus.
They play, you know what it is?
You know the reason people love Jesus? Because they're scared.
They played a big
people
part of your
pray
life.
to Jesus because they're scared of real life.
They pray to Jesus. Brother, go ahead. I challenge you to call your abuela right now and tell her, abuela, why are you scared?
All right.
Abuela, why are you scared? Why are you scared? Why do you love Jesus? He's nothing. I'm more powerful than Jesus. Tell her that. And let's go see. Let's go see if she would be like, Mijo, what are you saying? What are you saying, Mijo? You're blaspheming.
You sure about that?
Mijo,
you're gonna go to
hell.
You sure that's
you're gonna go to hell, papi. You by talking like this, papi, you're gonna go to hell.
You sure about that?
Then she's gonna call daddy. She's gonna call her son, which is your father, and he's gonna be like, "No,
I don't even know my father.
Emmanuel, we have your son.
I don't even know my dad.
Telling grandma.
I didn't even knew I had a dad.
She's gonna burn in hell, and that she ain't nothing and stuff. That's what's gonna happen.
I never knew I did have a dad if there was one.
That's what's gonna transpire.
Your father is Jesus. That's your father. I didn't even know I had a dad. I was just born.
Were you brought up in the church?
What?
Were you brought up in the church? Meaning, did your parents bring you to the church?
No. They grew up. They made me stab a fucking pig in the neck. That's how I grew up. I stabbed a pig in the neck in the farm, and then I made fucking carnitas, homie. That's what I did.
Well, I didn't really ask you about you. I asked you about your grandparents. Your parents themselves.
My grandparents, nigga.
Not your grandparents, your parents themselves. How about your parents?
Fuck my parents too, nigga. Fuck them, nigga.
All right, brother. That's crazy.
How did you? Crazy.
Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this, brother. How did you hear about this channel right here? How did you hear about this channel?
My chat put me on there like, hey, join this channel. These fools are retarded, and I joined. And you guys are retarded.
Okay, and what chat is that?
Yeah. My chat. I have 600 people watching live right now. You're live right now. I'm restreaming you. Why are you starstruck? Say hi to the people.
No, I'm saying like so you're saying your back chat. No, you're actually proving my point to the point where even the people that's in your back chat, they know about what's transpiring here. So in all actuality, thank you. You're letting
I could come without touching my dick.
Letting the people know that, hey, man, we need to go and talk to this.
I could come without touching my dick. I could just come. I should be like this, and I could come. Do you understand that misery?
So you're saying that the back chat that you're a part of, they're a bunch of atheists too, or whatever the case may be?
We're a bunch of demons.
Oh, you're demons.
We like to spread demon awareness. You like to talk about God, God this,
So what
God,
do you talk?
God did,
So
God
what do you
did,
talk about
and
demons? Like
demons did too.
what do you guys talk about demons? What do you guys
Oh,
talk
well,
about?
we just do demonic stuff. We're
Like
like
what?
evil.
Like what?
You see this? You know
Like
what
what?
this
I'm just
means?
asking. Like
You
what do
know
you
what
guys
this
do?
means?
Like what do you guys do? Do you guys what? Do like what? Human sacrifices? Like what do you guys do that this
Nah, we're
demon
not
stuff
like
that?
Epstein. We're not like Epstein. We just like to spread negativity. We don't eat
Mm.
the kids like Epstein's and Trump. We just
So
like
let me.
seeing people cry like you.
Okay. So you're saying, but then you also said you believe in karma. So you believe that by you and
Yeah,
your
karma's a
followers
bit.
by putting out
Yeah,
negativity.
some demons might fall. That's what happens when angels fall. They turn into
Mm.
demons, and then when demons fall, they go to hell.
Okay. So
That's
you were once an angel and then you became fallen.
yeah. I was an angel when I was like 12 years old, and that's what you want to hear about. But now I'm older.
No, I'm saying, but like what transpired? Like I'm saying, so when
What
before you were
transpired?
12, like yeah, but
What do you
before you were
mean?
12, like 12 and before,
Well,
what was happening?
I got raped by a guy named Misery. That's what happened at 12 years old. And then I turned into a demon. See that?
Hmm.
See that? That's just trying to come out.
So you're saying that before you were 12 years old,
I got raped.
you got raped
Hmm.
by a demon,
By you. By
by a
you.
demon,
By a dude named Misery. Yeah,
by a demon,
Misery won. By a dude named Misery.
by a demon.
So you're a demon?
No, I'm asking you, did you get raped by a demon?
By Misery won, yes.
Okay, so a guy named Misery raped you when you were
One.
12.
Misery won.
And how
You
old are you
forgot the
now?
one.
And how old are you now?
Now I'm 24. It's 10 years later, and I'm back.
Well, it's actually 12 years later. It's actually 12 years.
Oh shit, he knows how to count.
Like, you know what I'm saying? Obviously, you don't because, you know, you said 10 years. So
Obviously, I don't. So what? Why is that your problem?
So how do you count your chickens and your
I don't, because I
animals
eat
on
the
your farm?
chickens. I cut the heads off and sacrifice the chickens.
To who? Who do you sacrifice the chickens to?
To Trump and Epstein.
Well, I thought you just said that you're not like the SB
Well,
people.
yeah, because I'm not like them.
But you just said that you do it for them.
I sacrifice that. I'm not like them. They're the one eating the kids, drinking their blood.
But
I'm
why
the
aren't
one
you? Why
sacrificing
aren't you?
chicken.
Why don't you? And why don't you take your demon level to the next level? Like why don't you do it?
Why would I? Why would I? To amuse
Don't
you
you
or
want to
what?
get to that? But don't you want to get
Make
to
you
that next
feel like
level?
you're right?
No, I'm
Why do
asking
you
you.
want to feel like you're
I'm
right all
asking
the
this a fair
time?
question. Why
That's a
aren't you?
problem. That's a
Why
mental
aren't you
issue.
trying to
You
take
want to feel like
that
you're right all the
demonology?
time, bro.
No, I'm
Hey,
asking you.
Misery, sometimes you're wrong, bro.
Why don't you take that
Sometimes you're
demon
wrong.
energy
That's
to the
not what
next
it
level?
is. That's not what it is. That's not what I'm aiming for, Misery.
Oh, so you're just aiming for just chickens and things like that, but not humans themselves.
Yeah.
Oh,
Humans are retarded.
you're a minuscule demon then.
Humans are
Small
retarded,
time.
bro.
So you're a
Just like
small
you.
time demon.
You're
That's what you are.
human and you want to have
You're a small time
intellectual
demon, huh?
intelligence. You want to be retarded so bad, bro. That's
Yeah,
what
this guy
humans
is
do.
hilarious,
They
JD. He is
retard
hilarious.
max.
So again, I'm just wondering why don't you take your thing to the next level, or
You
just
know why I
not
have
just
more
you,
things than
not just
you?
you.
Because
I'm
I'm
not saying
better
not
than
just
you.
you, not just you. Your so-called friends in the back chat, like, are they striving to take their demonology to the next level?
Chat. Did he just ask the wrong question, chat? Yeah, he did. Don't ask questions to my chat.
Well, I'm asking your chat. Well,
Don't ask questions to my chat. I didn't let you.
when are you guys gonna be some real demons? That's
I
all.
didn't let you ask
I'm
questions to my
asking. When are
chat.
you guys gonna become some
I
real
didn't let
demons?
you want me to ask questions to your chat? Because they're full
Well,
of faggot.
yeah, go ahead. You can
Your
ask
chat full
questions.
of faggot. Your viewers are lame as fuck. I'm reading that shit right now. That shit full of lames. Bitches. Bitch niggas in your chat. Everybody in this chat is a bitch nigga.
So again, why? When are you guys going to take your demonology to the next level?
I don't know. When I get over myself, I guess that's
So
what you want to
so
hear.
you so do you see yourself in the future doing the shit that Espin and them be doing?
Hell
Like,
nah, hell nah. I don't. I'll never do that.
oh,
That's
so
like
so that you're
that's
not a real
some
so you're not
that's
a real
some God
demon.
stuff. Only God people do that, like Trump and Epstein. They believe in Jesus Christ.
They believe in Jesus.
Huh?
You said they
Yeah, they
believe in
believe
Jesus.
in Jesus. You know, when Trump goes off and gives a speech, he's like, "In Jesus Christ, in my veins,"
Okay,
and he
so
be
so
eating,
but
and they be
so,
eating kids.
but
So
you're
you
saying that
tell
he.
me who's the real demon?
Oh, so I see
The guys that
I
praise
see where
God,
you're going
the
with this.
guys that supposedly praise God, or the demons that just straight up say they're demons? You tell me who's being fake. You tell me.
Well, according to the
I came on
scriptures,
here and said I'm a demon. I didn't say I praise God, right? What does Trump go around saying to the United States people that you live in America, right?
you
All
know,
you guys believe in Jesus, right? Like Trump.
mm-hmm. You know, it's funny that even the scriptures,
And
said that
I'm wrong.
that
And I'm
even
wrong.
demons, this says that even demons, believe in the word of God.
Well, they're
So
fallen
I'm not going to
angels.
argue. So I'm not going to argue that. You know what I
Well,
mean?
so you're gonna
Of
ask
course,
a
they're going to
fallen
be
angel
demons.
what's
No,
what?
what I'm asking is
You're asking
that
a fallen
if we
angel
can
what's what,
if we can
and I'm
agree
telling you
that
what's
Trump
what.
and them and these Espin people, whatever. Well, Espin was, I think he was like a Jew or something. I don't even think he
They're
was a Christian.
religious. They're
Okay,
Christian.
well, so is so are you demons. You guys are religious. What
We
religion you
were.
from?
We fell off. We were. Till we saw what you guys are doing with the children.
Oh, so it's actually the
Oh, now you
demons.
really see
So
what it
now it's
is.
the demons. I get what you're saying. So now it's the demons that are actually protecting the children.
Yeah.
And
Now, do you not see what's
um,
going on? What the
but
fuck's wrong with you,
I
bro?
already told. No, I no. What I see is going on
Are
is
you
what
like
it says.
blind? Are you
It says that
blind?
the
Are you
demons even
retarded?
worship. Even the demons know that God is real. So
God,
even
yep.
when these demons know that God is real, they're still going to be doing demonic stuff. So I can agree with you that when you say that these people are fake, of course they are, because that's what demons are. They're fake. Just like
That's what Christians believe in. They're just fake. They love Trump.
yeah,
Trump. Trump,
just like how
Trump.
that woman was possessed with a demon who was following Paul, supposed to be the Paul the apostle. She was a demon, and she was walking around behind Paul, saying, "Hey, listen to Paul. Listen to Paul. He has the
Yeah,
word of
because that's the
salvation."
right thing to do,
Yeah,
right?
that's the right thing to do. So demons have the knowledge to do the right things, right? All right, brother.
And
All
I
right,
got
well,
you in my trance now.
not really. I think
I
that
got you in my
I
trance
think
now.
you're the
And now you
first.
see things for what they are.
I think that
Why are
you're the
you blinding
first
yourself in
demon
front
that
of
has
God?
came on my
If God comes in front of
live
you, you're
feed.
gonna be blind. He's gonna whip his dick out in front of you, and then you're gonna be like, "Yes, Jesus, yes." Don't blind yourself. Come on,
Oh,
dude.
okay. Well, last time I checked, or it is the demons that are out here sacrificing these children. It is these demons
Who
out
who
here.
who comes out as a demon and says, "I'm a demon," and watch me sacrifice people and watch my millions? Who? What?
Oh,
What
well,
person? You tell
no
me. Name
demon,
one.
no demon. The scripture says that
Name one person.
even Satan can be transformed into an angel of light. Meaning, yes, you demons use all type of deception manners. You guys would pretend like I already told you, like these people could pretend like they're godly, but of course we see by their actions that they're not, and that they're actually demons.
But
That's
why
the
are they
whole point.
praising Jesus? Why are they
No,
going
see,
to the churches?
I can. Well,
Bro,
someone can
normal
praise
people
Santa.
go. A
Someone can
manager
praise
could be a
Santa.
dick at work all day and supposedly go pray to Jesus at the end of the day, right?
All right.
All right.
I would say,
Snap
like I
back to
said,
reality. Oh, there's go gravity. Oh, yeah, bro. I'm telling
so like I
you.
said, so we know that demons can transport to angels of light. So yes, of course, a demon, if he wants people to, actually follow him and do these atrocities that they're doing, they're gonna
What
act like.
atrocities are you saying? You're just
Oh,
making shit up.
I'm agreeing with you when you talk about these people like Espin, whatever those
Yeah, those are
Rockefeller or
Christians.
Rothschilds, or no, they're actually Jews. See, again, Espin is a Jew. So are the Rockefellers. They're Jews. They're not Christians.
Jews
But
are born Christians again.
even with people like Trump and stuff like that, you see it all the time. Many Christians would tell you that they don't believe that
Why
Trump's
do you
a real
think no
Christian.
Mexican is a Christian?
What are you talking about? You said your abuela and your abuelo are Christians. They're
I
Catholics.
said they're Catholics. They're not
That's a
Christians.
That's a
No, it's
Christian.
not. No, it's not. A
So,
Catholic
are you saying Catholicism is
Christians
not
are
under
dead
the umbrella?
angels.
Hold on. Are you saying that Catholicism is not under the umbrella of Christianity? Is that what you're saying?
Nope. Yeah. And I stand on that. I seen
Okay.
it. I've
right.
seen it with my own eyes, bro. I know people that are Christian. They're fucking demonic. They're the worst people ever.
They're the worst people ever.
Yeah.
So when you see these Muslims, when you see these Africans, when you see these Mexican cartels that are, chopping people up, chopping their heads off, subjectifying women,
You know the
women,
cartel only chops
hold
people's
on,
head
hold
off
on,
because you're getting
hold on.
disrespected.
You had, well, whatever the case may be, it's still demonic. You wouldn't say that chopping people's heads off for any reason would be justified, right?
You're right. I wouldn't say that.
I know. So you know why? Because we can bring you demons back into the light and make you guys really think critically. So that's part of the job of a real Christian to do. You know what I'm saying? So when you say these Christians, when we look at Christian societies compared to other people's societies,
would you think Jesus and the cartels get along?
Would I say that Jesus and the cartels get along?
Yeah, because they praise the Lord's name, the cartel.
Jesus would love the cartel.
But you just said that your abuela and abuela are Catholics. Well, aren't
they're not cartel members,
but they're under Catholics.
What the fuck? Why every Mexican gotta be a cartel member in your eyes?
I didn't say that. That's why I mentioned your abuelo and abuela. I didn't say that they were cartel, but they do worship, like you said. You just admitted that they worship the same God, which is their umbrella under Catholicism, Catholicism. Correct?
We all believe in a Jesus.
But you wouldn't say that your grandma and your grandfather are evil people, that they're out here chopping people's heads off or doing human sacrifices and things of that nature, right?
Some people don't tell you really everything.
So do you believe that your grandparents did those?
Yeah, why not? Why would I not? Why would I not?
Okay.
Why is there a disbelief in you?
So then you believe that all Catholics are evil then, correct?
Not all Catholics, no.
Okay, so the righteous Catholics, right? They worship Jesus, right?
Yeah, just like Christians.
Okay, so let's stick on that thing, right? So we have good Catholics and bad Catholics, right? That's what you're saying.
Okay. Yes, just like we had good Christians and bad Christians.
There you go, sir. That's the argument.
What the fuck are you saying? You're just copying what I just said.
There are good Christians and bad Christians. Just like, but brother, you're saying that all Christians are evil. Look.
I got a bad bitch on my phone. You ain't like me, dog. Telling you, I'm better than you.
That's a bad bitch.
Yeah, that's a bad bitch. Yes.
Show it again.
Look at him, and he's the judgmental guy. He praises Jesus and all this, but he's like, "Is that a bad bitch? Is that a bitch?"
But she looks
you're disgusting. You're a disgusting human.
You're overweight, just like you.
And you're bald and have a bald spot like a retarded motherfucker.
It looked like you had bigger titties than she does.
Your teeth ain't even better than mine.
You look like your titties were bigger than her titties.
Yeah, it's true. My titties are bigger than hers, and you like that for some reason.
You see that? But she's she's a bad one. You said? I don't know.
She's a bad one. What does Epstein consider a bad bitch? A
don't really look
13-year-old girl,
200
nigga, that
pound
like you,
women.
nigga. That's what
We
you
don't look
consider a
at
bad
we don't
bitch.
look at 200
What
pound
do
women
you
as
consider a
being
bad
bad
bitch,
women.
Mr.
You know what I mean?
Christian?
That's all I
Just
got
a
to say
young
about that.
girl or what? What do you consider a bad bitch?
You know, someone, you know, who looks healthy, someone who looks like they
Well, you
actually
don't look
take care.
healthy enough.
They
You don't
actually
even
look
have
they
hair on the top of your head, nigga.
they sir, that's because I cut my hair. I
No,
cut
you
my hair
don't,
very
nigga.
short.
You're fucking bald,
Oh
nigga.
yeah, where's the baldness? Show me the baldness.
Right there. What do
Wait,
you
sir,
mean?
that's white. That's white, sir. Just like I have
So
white
you paint
spots on
your
my beard.
oh yeah, you're
That's
fucked,
white.
nigga.
That's
Oh, you're
not
washed up,
baldness,
my
sir.
boy.
That's hair.
Look at
It's
this nigga
white
making fun
hair.
of you, man. He's making fun of you, man. This
That's
nigga's all
white
washed
hair,
up.
sir. But I
Nigga's
will let
all
you go,
washed
brother.
up,
I'll let you
nigga.
get back to your demonic stuff. And
You're
I know
washed
that
up.
your grandparents
You're washed
wants you. Like I said, man, these little demons, man, go sacrifice a chicken, man. Like I said, this is crazy stuff, man. The first demon to actually come on the live, hilarious. But anyways, I'm gonna say shalom to everybody. Hope y'all were entertained. But you know, you gotta put these demons in their place, man. But with that, like I said, shalom. Hope y'all brothers were entertained on this live.